this one especially. Oh, but it gets better. And then the giggles stopped for me. Because today, you have this one. I think it's today. While she's playing pretend over there. Because she's piss ass terrified. Uh, we'll get to that.
No, I'm not. So I'm going to go and I'm going to call TBI on my son.
Yeah, you heard that.
So I'm going to go and I'm going to call TBI on my son. So I'm going to go and I'm going to call TBI on my son.
Yeah, and her efforts to act batshit crazy and falsely this amount of insane over the last few weeks because she knows what's coming. And for her,
Or because you know what's coming. Hey, Hot Tamale. Or because you know what's coming, Jodi. Is that what's going on here? Because I'm only going so far. I'm not listening to you trash me, trash my son. I just slept like a baby all day after crying myself to sleep. Okay? I've had some shit going on my Facebook and my Messenger. I'm not going to show you all. I'm going to leave it for the feds, but I'm going to tell you about it. Okay? Because that goes local to me. But we're just going to get to the part where you say that I'm trying to cover up for something I did. Because we're going to discuss exactly what it is you did. Okay? I think you thought that you were going to come in my chat that day with the live that's been taken down off my YouTube that I can't get the fuck back up no matter what I do. There's not even a place for me to appeal it. You came into my chat. Somebody claiming to be Benny came into my chat. Somebody pretending to be a Fed came into my chat and gave me the information I needed to remember who I was. Right? I don't even need to listen to your bullshit. We'll just leave you and your pie hole sitting up here. But I want to remind you that you were also involved in that drug bust with Andy and that you're not innocent. You had me believing for a second that you were, but when you seen that I'm going to offer no forgiveness and I'm taking everything, your tune changed this week, didn't it? Let's tell the people what you've done, Jodi. Coming out here, causing confusion, walking property lines with your son. It's very possible it's still your son that could have been driving that truck. You put him outside. Why did you do that? You walked around with him checking property lines because you were so weak. You couldn't walk. You needed his help to hold you up. I haven't seen you weak like that since. Not once. The whole time you've been out here on YouTube. What you did when you put your 16 videos out, Jodi, was put you and your child outside at the time. All the shit was going on with the tree cutters, the telephone pole, Fred. You do know that, right? And that could be why your sister jumped up on Ziggy's panel I'm not the neighbor of this baby. I'm not involved. I didn't come out here with stories to tell. I want you to know that. And I'm not a dumb bitch. See, what you don't understand is there's other aspects in my life that could play into this, Jodi. Not Summer, but the money laundering and a whole bunch of other shit that's been going on. I would be willing to turn my child in. Would you? Was it your kid that was driving the truck that day? While all the criminals down there were doing all kinds of bad shit to their nieces, not 5 years old. Fred's niece isn't five. Summer would be the only 5 year old in this equation, which tells me that there's a possibility that that's not what was going on with her. Please understand that. You still have a part in this too. Maybe because I figured out the Evelyn part, you came out here like, oh shit, we got to clean this up. Because that's really what broke all this, right? And it was at the time where I was telling people how Andy and you were involved with the James Light shit, right? You know what? We will listen to her spew bullshit for a little bit because I said that a little too quick. January 25th into 26th, hot tomorrow at night. I showed it. I have screenshots of it. I screenshot it, how I can't get it back up, how they put it back up, and then they took it the fuck back down. It was a really short live. She thought she would just open one aspect of this for me, but what she didn't understand is that it connects at other parts in my life. I don't believe in hurting children. Please understand that. The people that I'm talking about, I don't think did anything to Summer because Summer doesn't fit the mold. Summer was only 5. I truly believe something else happened to Summer. Cadaver dogs hit all the way up Fred's driveway. Jodi put her and her child out there with her 16 videos. Why don't we go watch the 16 videos? Because I'd much rather hear that than hear her spew bullshit. And then tonight, I'm going to dig, or tomorrow, I'm going to dig for the time she came on my live dressed up like a fucking idiot with a fucking walkie-talkie going, green light, and show you how she plays fake Fed. Okay? That's what was spoken about in that live they took down. And I'm sticking to it. Yeah, I would do that to my son, Jodi. If it meant getting answers for Summer. And if it meant being a good human, because truth means truth, right? Isn't that what you say? Hold on. I'm going to log into my Canva. Actually, no. I think Jodi even has them up still. Some of them.
I'm not very sure how to begin. But some of you know me in here. Some of you are family members of mine, cousins, etc. Some of you, until very recently, were my neighbors and community members. Um, Still love you guys. And, you know, I'll come see you soonish. Um, for others, since there's so many in here, that, I mean, are scattered around the world, um, I know some have seen some of my comments. I know there's so many posts that a lot get
Some that are scattered around the world, her family members, her cousins.
shuffled around and missed. um. Anyway, I feel like it's been weighing on me for a while. Um. Especially as the days keep marching on, and um I feel like summer has kind of been lost in the shuffle of things. Sometimes even in groups like these. Uh, but anyway, we are, um, and by we I mean myself and my children. um, were summer's immediate next door neighbors. Were the property that JD was trespassing on. Um, we are the ones that called the police that day. And we are the ones that heard the scream, right? Are the ones that heard the scream, right? We are the ones that called the police that day. That called the police that day. And we are the ones that heard the scream, right? And
We are the ones that called the police that day. What day, Jody? The 14th or the 15th? Because you coincided with the scream, right?
we are the ones that called the police that day. And we are the ones that heard the scream, right?
So tell me, Jody, why won't they release the 911 calls? That's quite odd. I would bet it's because you're the ones that called the police that day. But let's continue.
And just so there's no confusion and um, nobody can say that we are making things up. Let me see. I don't know if that'll clear up, but let me see here if it will do it with. Anyway,
Who doxes themselves? She's accusing all of the YouTubers of doxing her. What did she do? Mm-hmm. Did we dox her? Or did she dox herself? Two can play this game, bitch. But she's going to go on to say all the things we've done because I've done all these things. I've doxed her. Hi, Jody.
oh, there it goes. There it goes. Yep. See, been healed. There you go. Anyway, that's the ID. That was our address until just a couple of days ago. Um, and we're pretty grateful that it no longer is. Um, as some of you know, considering some of the awesome people in this group that have sent encouraging messages and well wishes and things that I'm gonna be honest with you have kind of kept the darkness at bay.
It's not your darkness to keep at bay. It's Summer's, Dawn, Candace's, Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon's. That's whose darkness it is to keep at bay, not yours. Please understand that. But you're still out here and they're not.
Oh, I appreciate it. It's helped. So anyway, um, just wanted to put that out there. Also, before I go any further, because there was problems last time, I left comments. Actually, two issues weeks ago. In an interview that um, and look, I'm gonna have a hard time using the initials you all use. Just because of medical issues, and I'm used to calling people by name, and I'm gonna try not to do that, but to make it easier on me, there's gonna be some that I just, and there's others I'm going to leave out because it's not my place to um out them or tell their parts of the story or make it impossible for them to live their lives or to speak for them on what they experienced and what they know. And so there's going to be things that you see that I do that with if they allow these to be shared. The group admins, that is. But before
That was after she attacked the group admins because the mother in law had come up and shared about Jackie Dobbs. She was pissed off. Oh my God, I am a mess. I'm going to have to go clean my face, guys. But she was in the group starting fights with everybody with Squall. Her and Squall were in there going back and forth at each other. Mind you, she started with an interview with Squall. Squall took her to Scott and Penny. Jodi, you ain't innocent in this. You're just pissed off because I did what you wouldn't do. Right? Who was driving the truck? Where did the truck come from, Jodi? You seem to have all the details. We're going to listen to them.
before I start, I would just like to say one of the comments I left weeks ago after um Candace and them had done an interview, and the scream was mentioned. Um, we were kind of outed a little bit, and then immediately upon leaving a comment asking for my kids' privacy, people went and I mean within
What Jodi doesn't understand is she's the one that connects all these people. Does she not get that? She's the one with the sister that was sitting on the panel with Renfro on Ziggy's channel that's related to the Pritos, that was involved in the drug trafficking, arrested with Andy. Do you not understand that, Jodi? I'm not the only big connection here. Actually, you're bigger than me. Let's think about that. How do you connect to my cousins since you said in your thing you had to make the call and make sure because you've known for quite some time? Remember? That was just recently. You were hacking my computer. You were setting up the lawsuits to protect your son, in my opinion. You put you and your son outside at the time. Summer could have possibly gone missing in the early afternoon hours, as TBI says. She was last seen walking away from her home, wearing a pink shirt, not a jacket, and gray pants or shorts. That changed. Hi, Melissa. Hey, Fruity Pebbles. Hey, Tic Tac. I didn't say hi. So, is this what's going on here? The pure devastation that you caused to your community? You're quite the different person today that you were then, huh? Yeah, we're going to listen to all of these. And I know you have some missing from your channel, so I'm going to go dig and see if I have the missing one. Maybe you should just put it up, along with all the other lives you've taken down. Okay, bitch. We ain't playing your games.
Seconds had shared pictures of them. Even to my comment about no, I don't. My children, because of our situation right now, are going through enough. Um, and I'd rather, and even if we weren't, I would rather they not, that nobody share their information or images. Um, and also the other day when things were mentioned and I spoke up at all.
In my opinion, I think there's a very, very, very high chance that Jodi Sue is related to these people through both my father and my stepmother. Because her sister's a Preto. And I'm going to bet some of my cousins are her cousins too, since she's related to everybody in Beach Creek as well. You got to remember, Jodi's family's from there too. Nobody's really, really dug into her mother's sisters and brothers and all that other shit, right? Morlock side, Jodi? That's what I'm going to say, because you look like you could be a Morlock. She knows, Melissa. I'm just going to flat out say it. In my opinion, I'm speculating her child is responsible for Summer no longer being where she should be. She would back her child up and cause all this drama and bring all these connections out because I came to YouTube with her and my whole family of criminals. Do y'all understand? She's the one with the connections to Preto, Morlock, Stanley, or my cousins, your cousins, Jodi. Take the focus off. Yes, she came in to confuse me. She knew I was getting close, so she gave me a piece of it. Okay? That's what happened. She came into my chat and she gave me a piece that she thought would lead me to Pretos and I would stop. Mm-mm. Because what had happened is I started accusing all kinds of other motherfuckers, right? And I started connecting them. But everybody's sitting here going, oh, oh, oh. Jodi said, she's still out here. But she's actually the one related to Preto and everybody else. Isn't that correct, Jodi? You called your sister for cleanup, just like you did when you moved Andy's son in with her and your brother in law. You sent him to the army to get focus off of him. Continued to stay out here causing fucking bullshit. It's plain as day, Jodi. Don't ever call my cousins again. I will be reaching out to them, and I know Steven's been paying attention. So, Steven, I have to wonder, are you like in this for, because you've been on my YouTube and everything since the beginning of days. Now I'm demanding answers and I'm writing your mother tonight. Okay? We're going to find out exactly who the connections are. I'm going to write Nancy, Franny. I'm going to call them. I'm going to call Rosie. We're going to call the whole motherfucking family. Hey, we could do it in a group chat if you want. Because I'm all the way done with this shit. I'm reaching out to Sean. Play with me.
People mentioned my speech and accused me of being intoxicated. Um, that's not the case. I have cancers, and I had, as you can see, a surgery to try to remove one of them that had metastasized. We didn't get clear margins, things like that. Either way, as it stands, I was supposed to have begun radiation again just, I think, the 20th of last month. However, they've decided that they're saving that back for the other cancers and things, so we're just kind of watching.
She has not had radiation since. Not once. She went in for some injections. Fuck, I forget what they're called. One time. The whole time she's been out here, we have not seen one bout of radiation since this happened. Since Summer went missing. Please keep that in mind. And that was a big thing with her before Summer went missing.
Watching this one kind of do its thing. But because of the situation and some other out of anybody's hands things, and then everything, I've been off thyroid meds for 5 or 6 months now, since well before Summer had, before she went missing. And it makes, when you're off of it this long, it makes things hard. My body doesn't function correctly. My hands kind of lock up joints, things like that. But it does affect my speech patterns. It makes my mouth heavy, along with where the nerves were cutting here. It hits those centers. So sometimes it does sound, and the more stressed I get or upset, and lately, I'll be honest with you, that's been a lot. um, and yesterday was not a good day, so today it's a little bit harder for me to enunciate clearly enough for others to understand me or not think I'm intoxicated. Um, but I promise you I'm not. We can do a pickup any day. Um, anyway, so yeah, and I have, obviously no thyroid, but the thyroid meds and not having those for so long is definitely affecting things. And so's our current situation, and you know, yeah. So the stress is real. You'll hear me go back and forth with speech. I'll try to make sure that I enunciate as clearly as possible. Anyway, I'm gonna stop this one here a second so I can ensure that these will load and share and things, um, and aren't huge files. Um, I just wanted to preface everything with that. So there was some clarification there. Sorry. And I guess here in a second, I'll start somewhere, excuse me, a little while before Summer went missing. A couple weeks before, because I think things that far out are important. And my hopes for these are that maybe it helps keep attention on Summer in these groups and people looking for her as they're out and their eyes open, and that she's not forgotten, uh, because she matters. Okay, so um like I'd said a second ago, I'm gonna try to start. Excuse me.
And hold on. And then just to think, my father dies, right? And my sister, a preto, reaches out to my son with no knowledge of my son's life and connects two entities together that shouldn't be connected together. Because none of y'all knew that, right? Jodi, you caused all of this. I want you to know that. You caused every fucking piece of this. Reaching out to a preto to cover up for you, in my opinion. I'm speculating. You fucked up, girl. You fucked up big. They coming for you too. They said Andy wasn't a suspect. They didn't say Jodi wasn't.
I'm going to try to start several weeks prior to Summer vanishing. Um, on this particular,
Because Jodi's related to Pretos. Hot tamale. Does that make sense? Because of who Jodi's related to? That's why they would cover it up.
property we were on for years. Uh, Not long before Summer went missing, we found out just days before the sale that it was for sale. A piece of it, not that actual property. Um, but it had.
Jodi was still mad about that piece of property selling too. Keep that in mind. She was mad at Andy. She thought Andy was cheating on her. She was mad about that piece of property. Mad that Andy's family wouldn't let her do with what she wanted to do about it. You don't know the. No, I know the Pretos. They're related to me. They're my sister. The main one would be my sister. And they would also be related to Jodi Sue's sister because her sister's a Preto. Does that make sense? I don't know how they're connected or where they're connected. They're just people that's been running money schemes with Ziggy, the cleanup crew. that came out to YouTube to cause confusion. Jodi and I both share Pritos as sisters and Stanley's as cousins. Bitch.
There was no signs that went up. There was no anything to let us know that it had been placed for sale or on any realty sites. Um, Even though we were told later on that it had been, and that wasn't true. And we kind of know why. It was to keep trouble down because the area. If you know it, you know it. And that particular road is notorious for certain things. And that road is named for a family member of um, my children's father. Um, or yeah, children's father's family. So it's named. Yeah. Anyway, and so we knew there hadn't been signs because a lot of his family lives on it further in than we did. Um, so if you are, oh, I'm getting a little lost here. Sorry, a little scattered. Everything for me is kind of a spider web. So if you are looking at Candace's property, our driveways are across the road from each other, and a little corner like hers is here and ours is here, but we can see each other, and ours is worse than Candace has ever thought about, steeper, longer. Um, that being said, the news pictures they're a little deceiving in a way because you can't you can't really the perspective's not living there is different. We're not as remote from one another as it makes it look, but yet we kind of are. It's not going to make sense unless you live in the community. And I mean, I have videos, pictures that could show you, but anyway, contrary to popular belief, we Candace and I at least we can hear and see one another from the top of our hill, even inside the house and inside of the cabin that was there. I could hear them, even in normal tones, on their hill. And when you come into the road, our properties in particular, that property and Candace's
This is way too much of an explanation. And she goes on and on and on and on. Why couldn't she just say, Candace and I live across the road from each other and we can hear each other from one side of the hill to the other and then just move on? She got to go on to explain it in great length and great detail. This is something guilty people do.
property are like, I don't know, almost like guards to the rest of the road, right? They're taller, they're higher. Everybody else is built kind of low and in the valley. So our property, y'all, I'm stuck with it for right now. I'm sure people will take exception. Either way, it might happen with the hour, whatever, and the swap off and on with that. It's only been days. Um, for us that we were there, so it's hard. Anyway, we can hear one another. We can hear the children playing in the fall or when foliage. I mean, even when foliage is up, I can see some of hers. She can see some of mine. Winter, fall, we can see each other perfectly. Like, you know. But other neighbors can't really see us. I can see down to others that I'm gonna leave nameless, things like that. and I could hear them as well. The property, and like I said, it's hard for me because I know I'm speaking present, but uh, it's like I said, it's been it's been a whirlwind lately. So, um, the property we were on until a few days ago, it picks up sound a little differently than just about everybody else in there. The way the hollow is shaped, the way the property is shaped. I can hear most of the hollow, and I can also hear the main road all the way out to a giant farm that's kind of near another point of interest. And the sounds are like it's right in your face in the yard at the top. Depends on. And anyway, so back to the property. So the we found out that it was the little piece, that JD and the whole thing there with the Ben Hill Hill happened. The day before, um, that particular piece, is at the very end in the ridge line, sort of it kind of goes between Candace's and the 125, sort of. It's attached to the 125. But when we found it for sale, what had happened was people started coming up and asking if the house and the main property and this and they were like, and arguing. And at first we thought it was like thieves during the day and people doing like the metal stuff and who knew what, right? Didn't take it seriously. They would ask, is this one for sale? We're like, no. And so then had people arguing with us. It wasn't but a couple days before the actual sale happened. And then there was strange people sitting at the very bottom and at the bottom of the driveway for this property. Across the road there's a spot, like a parking spot. And it's a great place to watch this property we're on, and straight up our driveway plus Candace's, and just sit there. But I could see it from. So anyway, I took exception to that. There was all kinds of people sitting in there for like an hour or two, and as most of you know online, there was a DCS situation next door. Um, and so, but it was so strange that, yeah, I think at that point I had messaged over and I was like, look, there are cars sitting here for hours because I didn't know what they were doing. And I don't know, always on this hyper alert, vigilant status, right? PTSD like crazy. So for the most part, the house remained quiet, at least in my area of it, the cabin, because at the time I was going through cancer treatments and the radiation had to be separated, so anyway, and the cabin was at a different angle than the house and other parts, so noises were different, things were different for me. Anyway, um, very particular and all about not being bothered. So any little noise would bring me out, even on a regular day. But it was making me like, And so I messaged next door and I was like, are these like people for you? What's happening? They were like, no. And I was like, well, I don't know what this is, but this has got to stop. So, I put tires in the way down there so people couldn't park there anymore, not long before, you know, And during the period that we thought it was for, like when we were finding out, but didn't know yet that it was for sale. So anyway, um, somebody happened to come by and have it pulled up on their phone, like a Remax or one of those, and we were like, "What?"
All right, sorry. Did you hear what she said? When we found out it was for sale, we were putting tires down there so people couldn't come look at it. They were making everything on the earth difficult for people to come look at that piece of land because she didn't want it to sell.
And so we called the realty place, and we're like, and they had it wrongly listed as the actual address here that, you know, on Ben Hill, not the piece and parcel that was for sale that's attached to it. So we called the realty office. We're like, what is happening? People are up here. You've got it wrongly listed all across the internet as. Hold on.
Being taken away. And I could not do what they're doing. I wouldn't be able to make it.
And also looking at the Remax and oh, there's so many, especially out of state advertisements because they're getting more money out of those in Hawkins right now, especially with people not even being able to view the properties in person. And yeah, so what had been done, I mean, it was almost laughable. We knew immediately there was going to be problems because what had been done was when they came to take the photos, and those, if you live in a wooded area, you kind of know there's a sweet spot, especially for realty photos, that you can kind of make things blend. It goes, between like fall and winter, fall on winter, or you take them in winter, like dead end, and then go into spring. It's, you know, puffery for real estate. It's kind of what they do. You expect some of this, but this was pretty blatant and some of the craziest I'd ever seen. Some of the most misleading. And what they had done was, I think there was like a series of, on some sites it was like 34, others had 44 pictures. They had absolutely trespassed and come all the way up to like where the house, cabin, things like that were, definitely not on a piece that was, you know, up for sale. And had made it look like, to anybody that didn't know the area or couldn't come look in person, and I don't know, they'd advertised it as rolling hills, and it definitely is not. Like, but they had made Candace's and this property, and because, I mean, and the road in between us kind of blends, right? So you can't even tell it's there in the photos. But they had made it look like it was one big continuous looking thing. Couldn't even tell the road was there. And you, in some of the photos, can see Candace's basement door just perfectly. So, anyway, they were definitely trespassing. Most of the photos weren't even of the property that was up for sale. What that piece actually is like the crust of the bank. I think the biggest spot on it really to build is like 60, 70 feet. And it is over a cliff. I don't know how you would manage it, even with unrestricted, just because of, waterways and ditches and the slope and the grade of the land, because even unrestricted doesn't mean, right? And then most of the actual physical property is like the whole 2 acres of it almost is like this under where the barn sits for this property. You can't really access it. It's like the creek bed and straight up. I mean, you can't do anything with it. You couldn't build on it. You couldn't, even if you wanted to. It's basically just a cliff, and it goes straight down to the creek. Um, it was definitely, and they sold it as is, where is. It was a whole thing. So, anyway, in those days that it was for sale, just a few, and I think we had finally, and they had it advertised all kinds of crazy stuff that wasn't actually available there, like high speed internet and a different power company. I mean, it was wild. So, anyway, definitely wasn't worth what it was going for. I mean, it was somebody was getting robbed. That's the truth. But so we knew when it sold, there was going to be issues.
Yeah, and let me tell you something else that happened during Summer's case while I'm covering it. I'm close with my Aunt Rosemary. I have two Aunt Rosemarys. One's my dad's sister, and one's my dad's brother's wife. Okay? I am extremely close with her. My whole life, she used to part my hair. Sean Stephen Ronald's mother. Okay? I love that woman. Sweetest woman ever on the earth. While I was covering Summer's case, she writes me a message and says, I'm an Elliot, in an ignorant tone, and then deletes and blocks me. That's before I discovered Fred Hill's sister was an Elliot. Or maybe when I first started covering Fred Hill's sister. As if she was mad at me for going over this. So my family's very well aware and watching what's going on, and y'all are sitting there pissed at me. Let me tell you something. This fucking cunt right here is the one that caused it all. And you know what? I'm not even going to say it with opinion and speculation. So every single one of you can suck my fucking ass. And I will be calling you just to see if you've been listening. Bitches.
And yeah. So for even before the sale finalized, until it finalized, there were still people coming and going to look at it. People coming through there, and there have been a lot of that lately, especially in the past year. For other properties up for sale, people looking because of the unrestricted land in Hawkins itself.
Like, was that supposed to make me care? When's the last time you sent me or my kids a Christmas card? Did any of you come to the hospital and visit my son while he was waiting for a heart? Did y'all care while my dad was beating my ass and throwing dead people's fucking calling cards at me? Did any of you give one single fuck? Let me ask you that. Don't you think this could have been prevented when you guys seen I was covering this to begin with and knew that we were all related? So don't fucking come at me. You look at this member of your family on the Elliott side. Okay, bitches? Because see if I give a fuck.
So, and there was many properties up for sale. So there was all kinds of out-of-state people. That's most of what came for this particular piece. There was cars coming and going. Um, the road itself, any the things that happened leading up to Summer's disappearance, were a little crazy for all of us because had these been average weeks and days, any of us could have told you what ant peed in the road. But it was like a perfect storm was created in a place where perfect storms never happen. Um, because for the most part, this is a place you don't come into unless you're invited. This is not a place you stop in.
Like I'm the bad guy because I came to YouTube to deal with all the trauma these motherfuckers caused me. Because I'm the bad guy while they're stealing my father's shit. Right? I hope every one of you that are involved in any part of the cleanup for this cunt, I hope all of you go to prison.
For a picnic, this is not a place that, I mean, this is a place you, if you don't know it, you don't stop in it, and you don't stop after dark, and you're not, this is not, yeah. So, anyway, with very little traffic, I mean, any other day we could have told you everybody that had been on that road. Oh, but it started with these property sales, and in particular with this property sale for the piece that JD eventually bought and did close on. So, even up until the time that he came, there was still people coming to look, hoping, I guess, that it would not close. And, yeah. I mean, most people that came to look at that piece, I mean, laughed like it's, you know. So, during those weeks, I was given the go ahead by property owners and um, you're gonna hear me mention Voldemort here in that way. Um because I'm having trouble using the name because of our particular situation, and I mean there's just something I so and when I say that I mean the person I was with and their father. So I was given the go ahead to try to track down the property lines, which was a little strange considering the things we'd been through with the years and how. Anyway, so I tracked down the property lines. Most of these people, if you know the community, are kin in some form or other. Most have property maps dating back to 1800s. In particular, this family were some of the first settlers to Rogersville and Hawkins and Beach Creek itself. So, the deed that should go with that piece that was for sale that JD bought happened to be the survey map itself that had been done in '77 that goes with the deed that the last one made it. Either way, it was in the closet. So,
Are you my kin, Tennessee crime blonde? Are we related? It would help if somebody from there just came in here and said no. Okay. You waved. That's why I was like, oh, because I was telling Jodi, hi, Ken. Fucking bitch.
kind of knew where they're at, but I still measured off. Had surveyors come out, whole nine. And even in the cancer shape, I mean, like, I went and got it done right. Found mistakes, made sure everything was lined up. Um, because there's a point of contention. And we knew that that in itself would present an issue. Um, so, that whoever showed up, that would be a problem area for the family that owns that. I did my research, and it. Uh, I'll get to that in the next part. However, so at that point, after it's surveyed off, things are done. We just kind of wait for whoever's bought it to show up, and so the next one I will try to get to JD. thing you know, sorry guys, the more I talk, the harder it gets, the more I have to clear, the more tired my voice and face gets. And like I said, yesterday was a pretty hard day, so stressed. Anyway, so we think there might be problems because it takes JD a little longer than we thought to appear. However, during this period, I was pretty alert, because, like I said, PTSD, hypervigilance, had it all, still do. However, not to the same degree. I have realized now.
As far as I know, I'm not blood to Jodi Sue, unless the brown side fucking pops up there somewhere. I don't fucking know, but no. I'm not related by blood to her. My cousins are cousins with her and Fred. And my cousin, and she also shares a preto as a sister, and I have a preto as a sister. Does that make sense? It's both sides through marriage, because my sister that's a preto is a half blood. I don't know if that makes sense. We share cousins and we share sisters that are related on two different directions. We're connected two different ways. Oh, yeah, her and Fred are related. She's a Morlock. And Elliot. Right, Jodi? That's why when Chicken on a Stick came out, she said, I thought she was related to the Elliots. She's related to Fred's sister, maybe not Fred. Elliot Morlock. And they're related to my aunt, who married my dad's brother. And my dad married a woman in Miami named Preto. And Jodi Sue has a sister named Preto. Yeah, I didn't know that till recently neither, guys. Fuck you, cunt.
That those were things that were extremely magnified for me, and I thought for other reasons until our escape, not long ago. So, um, anyway, so every noise, everything was kind of bringing me out. To look at, to make sure of, vehicles, cars, um, checking on things, survey lines, for weeks, waiting on JD, who I didn't know at the time because obviously had no name, no way of getting, know anything until the transfer happened or until somebody showed up.
How did I piece it together? Because Jodi Sue came into my chat with two other people pretending to be feds and gave me the information I needed to know who my Stanley side of the family was. But she didn't say anything about the Pretos. She wanted me to keep that out of it. She wanted me to set somebody up. I don't know who, but that's my opinion, me. I think she was trying to set me up or my son up for Summer going missing. Now, I do believe my son had something to do with the money aspect of this. But I don't believe anybody in my family had anything to do with Summer going missing. But people in Jodi's family, I do believe did. We'll keep it at that. Because I wouldn't be blood related to her child.
So, like I said, there was still lots of traffic coming and going, people hoping it hadn't closed, or that it wouldn't, or there would be pullouts, or that sort of thing. My PTSD and hypervigilance had been pushed into overdrive, and so I was paying more.
Listen, dummy, I'm not the one that called the Pritos for helping to cover up. You are. I would have called the Stanleys, the Morlocks. You're a dummy. Oh, well, I guess you did because Karen was up there with Brittany, right?
Attention to the traffic and things, and um honestly, before we get to Jodi, I think there's something. I mean, because I've seen it mentioned in the groups before, but it doesn't seem to be widespread, and I don't know, or like I'm not sure why it's not mentioned more. But for several weeks leading up to right, I mean, and even after summer had vanished, there were two crews working on a road, tree and mow crew and that sort of thing. But for a couple of weeks, they had kind of solely been on Candace and Donnie's property, like just grinding it down, like I have never, ever seen before in my life. Like trees, tree stands, buildings, fences, fence posts. I mean, down to the nub. It was pretty wild, and I didn't realize how bad it was until the day we were searching for Summer. And how, I mean, it was, I'd never seen anything ground down like that. Uh, so it was like, what? In the, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. But they had spent quite a while just working on Candace and Donnie's, and being over there on that piece. Like, yeah. And so they were in there for several weeks leading up to Summer's disappearance. And it wasn't just like a couple guys. This was dozens and dozens and dozens. It was personal vehicles, it was work equipment, it was chainsaws all day.
Because they didn't want me to out that I'm related to Jodi in two different ways and how Jodi called the Pritos for cleanup. That's why I had 4 lawsuits. They didn't want me to find out that they were laundering my father's money and stealing from him. That's why I had 4 lawsuits, starting with Chicken, coming out here with a crime from 40 years ago. The Raymond Little crime. It connects me. They thought I was the connection. Jodi was spreading to people that I was the connection because I was Martin Stanley's father, and they were all hiding the fact that they were stealing from him. It really has nothing to do with Summer. It's other crimes that they brought out on my family by attacking me. Every single one of them caused this. I want you all to know that. I stayed on Ben Hill and stayed on Jodi because I found her sus as fuck. You all caused this. That's when you get when you're all criminals on different aspects. I believe there is more than one crime going on here. However, it all starts with a cover up from Jodi Sue and her son. In my opinion.
They would cut out and the noise would stop around 3 p.m. every day. But it had all of.
Does it seem like I knew about this all along? Tennessee Crime Blonde? Does it? Would I be out here calling the feds on my son? If I knew about this all along? No. That's what I've been covering. I've known nothing. I don't talk to my family. They're all assholes. Every single fucking one of them.
Of our dogs kind of worn out, and just overwhelmed between the traffic for the property sale and strange people, and then all this massive amount of heavy equipment noise. It had just everybody's dogs were tired of it. However, Candace's puppies and dogs are
They also caused this. Maybe they should have taken care of my sister and I while we were struggling our whole lives being shot at and fucking trying to be murdered by 10 different fucking entities because you all thought that I made friends with the enemy when I was 14. Guess what? Laura didn't know nothing neither, and now she's dead. And if any of yous had anything to do with that, oh, so help me, motherfucking God. Because that was my best friend. And she turned into a criminal too, right after they started trafficking her and poisoning her. Dude, she went to prison. Y'all look her up. That's why we quit talking. Like, y'all are sick. Any one of you could have written me and stopped this. No, you had to come out here and accuse me of being a part of something I didn't know anything the fuck about. Nothing.
partially part of, I don't know, my dog is partly their dad. But these dogs do bark like
Because they all wanted to keep using my father's money as their criminal empire. They stole it from him when he had his lawsuit. The attorney stole it. Didn't he, Phillips? Did you know it's my dad's attorney's family relative named after him that tried to sue me 4 fucking times? The attorney from the lawsuit. How are you going to try to take me to court with my own money? You tried to sue me with my own money. What? Do you think this is funny? I actually think it's hysterical now, and I have nothing but hate for none of you. And you know what? Despite everything, I still loved all of you. Every single one of you. I didn't even know this was going on. I thought just life fucking happened, and I'm just going to deal with my own life and not reach out to nobody because they all got their own fucking problems, right? I'm just sitting here, 47 years old, gonna be 48. And you get this bitch whose son probably made a huge mistake to clean up and cover shit with my money. I'm taking it all. And I'm gonna do it happily. And then I'm gonna get me a whole team of fucking lawyers. And I'm gonna sue all of you that didn't make it to prison. Be ready, Linda. Although I think you're going.
like we've all said. I mean, they know us, they see us. I could go to the vulnerable, and they would be like, la 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 la. They could hear me come out of the cabin just a couple of feet and light up. And they know us, but they still, I mean, they look great. They have a problem with the bark. And then there's one, I had a particular name for her because, Lord, his particular bark. But anyway, and we were around these dogs, and they would still light up. They knew our noises, and it was still a constant. and they were less wore out than our dogs, so they were still barking. They were still kind of themselves. Um, Either way, so for several weeks, these crews were in there. There were things I found, a little odd. I mean, I've worked construction.
She tried to clean up Summer's disappearance with my father's money. That's what she did.
Worked all kinds of jobs, and as a female, you kind of know um, how life is, right? No biggie. You know how it is. We all kind of just. But there were several points where I was asked to stop and talk to these guys on my to appointments and things, and let them know that if they had to cut timber when they got to this piece, that it was to be left laying, not to be cut, not to be taken, because there was already issues at that point with that stuff happening, and people were taking exception, especially with the price of lumber. And so I had some things happen there to where, like, I had one of the radiation scans, and I was just wearing like a top like this and some stretch leggings and like a sports bra. That way, I didn't have to be in like a gown and more uncomfortable, because for that particular scan, you were literally tied together like a turkey. It's not comfortable. So I was going out. I happened to catch, what looked like supervisors and things early in the morning. Told them that, but I had a couple pins accidentally dropped several times in a row into a spot to where I'd have to lean over again. And the entire car was surrounded in ways that made me super uncomfortable, even though I'm not really the type to be uncomfortable around. So, that was happening for several weeks, like I said, on mostly and solely just Candace and Donnie's property. I mean, we were all like, man, it is taking forever over there. But they literally did some of the most, the clear cut over there and straight to the main road is one of the most, I don't know, things I've ever seen. So, then comes, and at this point, the foliage, I want you to keep in mind, is not thick as what everybody saw on TV yet, and it really wasn't like that until just a day or two, even before summer vanished. It wasn't, I mean, I could still walk through the woods and see, and I could come out on the bank and visualize and see all the lines. I could still see Candace's house. And as the days after JD shows up and then summer vanishes and the searches and it's starting, it had a couple rains there and everything right before all that. So it just, you know, it immediately looked like it had been like that. And it, so noise carried differently, things changed. It did make the searches harder. I mean, it was out of control within days of summer vanishing. So it went from being able to step between trees and stuff just fine and being able to visually lay eyes on something to no longer having a line of sight because of how much the growth had exploded within just a very short time frame. So I'll get to JD. Okay, so the day before summer vanished, right? Um it was a pretty normal day. Um I was pretty tired, didn't feel good that day. I do recall um what had happened was Voldemort had, I believe, um, gotten off early or something. Uh, or there was an appointment I had. I don't really. I'd have to look back at messages, honestly. So, uh, I took a nap, um, and then woke up mid evening, like, and, I had to go out to get things, obviously, for the day, like dinner and, normal stuff, right? Normal routine day for most people, other than probably the cancer nap. And, you know, we were still hearing sawing noises, but our dogs weren't barking. And like I said, ours were worn out. However, Candace and them still did, you know, bark and things. Um, but paid no never mind to, we get in Voldemort's truck, start down the hill, um, and uh, my car sat at the bottom of the driveway for the most part. Uh, anyway, mind you, before JD had ever shown up, when the property lines were run, the survey lines, that type of thing, and markers put on the iron property stakes. That way, whoever bought it could get the visual idea, right? Um, there had also been posted signs, no trespassing, that sort of thing. That way, they'd have a visual idea where they needed to walk, where they needed to. You obviously hear my small herd of elephants here. It's a little loud where we're temporarily staying. Um, yeah, but teenagers, right? And preteens. Well, an adult and a preteen. But anyway, so we start on the driveway, and I think I'm seeing things. I really think I see the rear end of a vehicle parked on one side of the driveway, and I'm like, no, I'm just not going to say anything to Voldemort because I think I'm seeing things. But then Voldemort realizes he sees it too, and things are getting ready to go real sideways. So we get to that spot in the driveway, which is, basically at the bottom of it, and the truck is barely stopped. And this part right here is why I can guarantee you that JD calls it being hell. And at this point, it's kind of my favorite term for it as well. Um, can't disagree with him. So anyway, and probably for the same reason. So anyway, Voldemort jumps out of the truck and loses it on JD. Even I didn't think, and it was rare for that particular. It was on other people, but this time it was, and I was like even surprised myself, and thought I wasn't really gonna calm him down at all. Um, but I sent Baltimore eventually because what JD had done was there are two particular trespassing signs, as you can see in some of his photos. Kind of made it a challenge because he chose those. Like, most people are going to go to the left or the right of no trespassing signs, right? JD didn't do that. JD cut through my lights, my decorative lights. He had a chainsaw and apparently been cutting trees down and all kinds of things to park that vehicle directly in between two no trespassing signs like a challenge. It was kind of mind blowing, honestly. And also probably the wrong neck of the woods to do that in. That road in particular does have a reputation, probably the worst inside of the community, other than one other one, for bad things. So, anyway, I get Voldemort calmed down. I send him back up the hill to get the giant survey map, um, that had been framed, because it's so old. That way nobody could, wouldn't break and things. Anyway, and, oh, the calls and the papers and everything, from the courthouse and stuff that show the calls and all that. And let me make it clear, the survey map was made by that family that property piece JD bought belonged to. So it wasn't the survey map for this piece.
I'm heating up coffee. My cup's empty. You mean my family? I want my survey maps back, bitch. Okay? I believe that's my father's investments.
It actually went with and was, um, paid for by that family in 77, 76, and right before the deed signed, which is like 77. And I have pictures of it and things, and the up close spots.
The year I was born, the year my father's lawsuits went through. Bitch.
In question and that type of thing. But anyway, so I'd see him up in case, because that was my plan, right? That's what I thought the family wanted me to do was, here's the paperwork, here are the things, kind of let me show you around. Here where issues are going to be, like, here's your, like, anyway, Voldemort kind of ruined that with the attitude, and I don't think it would have helped anyway, just because of, and I'm sure he might be watching in here, but just because of JD's own behaviors. Oh boy, it was a day, let me tell you. So when Voldemort came back down with the things, JD wouldn't even really look at them, was having none of it. Also, it started on me that JD wasn't real interested in, because he could absolutely visualize where the markers were and the lines had been run, but didn't seem real interested in facing that. And he handed, us at one point just a GIS, map. And if you know anything about properties, it even says on, like usually where those come from are the county websites and things, they are not to be in place of surveys. There's a reason for that, because, GIS data is just tax data. It's what you're taxed on. It's not what the actual parcel is. It does not make up for a survey. Um, Boy, it does not. And, whoever had sold it to him, that's what they gave him, was just a blown up picture of GIS data, which is some of what I've seen, and mostly what I've seen in these groups being shared, or you all sharing GIS data. It is not the same as parcel and survey maps, not even remotely close. And so he handed that to us, and it was kind of laughable, but I was like, look, and I had to kind of force him to be like, look, will you take pictures of this? That way, in the actual survey map. And, I'm sorry, you've been kind of misled, but don't take it out on us. And by this point, things had, woo! And Voldemort goes up to his uncle's. Hold on. And Voldemort realizes at this point, when he comes back down the road after I've been left with JD alone for a few minutes, that his uncle had already talked to JD and found him there on the property not too long before us, cutting and doing whatever, and had told him he was on the wrong piece and asked him to move. And I guess they all had words. And his uncle left before it upset him, that type of thing, So we come down not long after and found JD there ourselves. So then it set Voldemort off again, and he leaves back and forth a few times, calling his mom, who's one of the ones on the deed with the uncle or whatever. I don't know, property. I don't know. So anyway, JD is mostly arguing the whole time about how he's not moving, this and that, whatever. I think at one point introduces the dog, which is a big thing with him. I did notice that when Voldemort was away, JD would treat me entirely differently. There was something that just kind of slid over. It was very strange. And he would talk to me entirely differently than he would with Voldemort there. And there were points where I was just trying to have a conversation with him. I'm like, look, just trying to get him to be calm enough to hear me out. That it kind of struck me a little wrong. There was one point in there that I did warn him about our children, and in particular in this community, the houses have mostly been built kind of eons ago. People I know online had asked questions about Candace names, and it was much larger till right before this. And they'd torn off and were going to rebuild, so that's why it's the size it was. Man, they were just rebuilding an old piece that had been there, and we're getting there. Anyway, so the way it all sits in the properties and houses, especially with the 3 or 4 that are right there, and we can kind of see each other. The bedrooms and things face certain ways. That way, especially the children's aren't, and there's no adult bedrooms face, so. But there's one particular spot that.
What's going on? I was stepped away for a minute, not reading. Just call her RR. Or Renee. No fighting, guys, okay? Life is too stressful. Crystal Candace said the cornbread mafia involved. I may have, and the thing is that it would be my money running it, so I'm not scared. They can keep doing their operations. I'm just going to take what's mine. Let the feds figure out the rest. And I think it's more than one cornbread mafia. I don't think they're called the Cornbread Mafia. I think there's just a lot of dangerous people that Jodi Sue reached out to for cleanup. That's what I think. If it's cleanup. If this wasn't a setup and then bringing Dobbs there on purpose, or if Dobbs wasn't involved. I still don't know what happened. I just know the connections to my family and why these people have been acting like fucking idiots, because I have discovered that. Thanks to you, Jodi Sue. They're everywhere. You'd be surprised. Thank you. And I didn't say mafia. Here's what I know about those people that I know. Okay? Gambling used to be illegal in Pennsylvania. Numbers ran, things like that. They're not the type of people on my son's side that would go on live people. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's more of money with them, the greed. That's how Glassport was run. I believe that's how Rogersville's run too, and that's how the two entities are going to connect together, because Jodi Sue called the wrong entity for cleanup when she should have just turned her son in if it was an accident. Or if this is her setting up for somebody to kidnap Summer, we got a bigger problem. Time to talk, Jodi. Nobody's falling for your shit no more.
That JD's piece would have come up to meet right next to where, like my daughter's bedroom sort of was. And I did warn JD that if I caught him because I'm not gonna lie, he struck my stomach a little funny. Funny enough for me to tell him that if I caught him in that spot after dusk doing anything other than mowing, I wasn't gonna ask twice. And I wonder now all kinds of things. I don't know. But we did at one point, and after summer went, we knew he was lying to us about certain things. He didn't want to give us his name. The only way we found out his name was at the very end, and after the police were there. There was definitely a mask wearing situation going on with that fella. Um, because we were backing out in my car, and I thought he was moving by this point because he couldn't find any place to park. He asked if he could park across the street and this and the other, and we were like, nope. And there were some weird things. Like, I thought it was his health or he was having like breathing problems, but I realized several times that he was sitting on the back of his blue blazer thing, kind of squatted on it, like kind of bent over, and I thought he was having like health or breathing or just where he was older problems, not in shape problems. But then it took a couple times for that to realize that he was kind of throwing a tantrum. It was like a, and I was like, oh dear. And in between, like Voldemort coming and going, JD, before his point had, like, he would talk to me. Well, he would ask something of me, whatever he wanted to know, whatever he wanted answered, in a pretty direct, rude manner. Like I was supposed to answer like that for him, like on command. And I was trying to stay pretty quiet. But I would answer whatever it was. Um, but when I asked something of him, he wouldn't respond, or it was very strange, like some sort of biblical marriage. The guy definitely has some sort of problem with females. I mean, it's just how I feel about it personally. Um, Definitely some issues there. Um, but uh, after all was transpired, found out he had lied about his age, that sort of thing. When we were backing out, at one point we thought he was backing out too, of in between the no trespassing and gonna do whatever, you know. And instead, because he's sitting on the back of the thing, and we think, well, he's taking a rest for a second. That was not the case, and I was like, whoa, whoa, Voldemort, stop the car for just a second. And I kind of was in the passenger seat, and the window was rolled down on the driver's, and I was like, are you gonna move? And he was like, no, no, I'm not, because this is mine, and I just, whatever, you know. And I was like, look, no. And Voldemort, you know, so I was like, you know what? Go call the cops, because, like they've said in the media and things, cell phone signal, that sort of thing down there, right? So Voldemort leaves me there again. I'm keeping an eye on JD, and he goes to call the cops. At this point, JD realizes, I mean, it was a swap really quick. And he was like, well, could I do this? And could I park there all of a sudden? And could I? And I'm like, what is happening here? Like, he wanted nothing to do with anything. So then he starts packing up what he does have unpacked, which is like a camping grill, charcoal, the dog, cheap dog food. But the whole back of this thing's filled with stuff. Got pictures that show what all he had in the vehicle that day. And him as well. But his plan was to camp there and squat until, I guess, and he had a picture of like one of the cabins, almost like I had for the cancer treatment, but really small. And inside of this itty bitty folder, it was basically just a picture of GIS data and then one of the
One of the nurses or the doctors at my husband's job went and made an Aldi's order and gave all the security guards food to bring home yesterday for Valentine's Day. And it had like all chocolate brownies and all this bad stuff in it. They made me a brownie. I'm not eating it because I'm not supposed to, but I took a bite. I think I'm done with the research after this. As soon as arrests come, I don't want to do this no more. I'm going to collect and do good and help the people in Beach Creek and Glassport and all over the place that has been suffering for years because of crimes. Because I'm going to collect. I'm going to go get me an attorney. I'm waiting for answers for summer because that's more important. I don't want to confuse anything. Who was the creeper of 110? Who the fuck knows? Probably her son. Probably Fred. Who knows? I have fruity pebbles on mine. Yeah, I have, but I get stopped. My family never wanted me to research my family tree. And as soon as I started researching, like my Aunt Franny jumped in and started doing it and she blocked me from seeing it. And it was fucking weird shit. And that goes for both sides of my family. Because on my mom's side, my grandfather's from Spain. And there's like a big to do with property and land in there too, from back in the day. Have y'all heard of a guy named Fred? Oh, something like that. Yeah, he was treated bad. I'll tell you what, Jackie, if you wasn't involved in no kind of crime ring here, I'll give you Jodi Sue's property too. Okay? All right, let's listen. If that's what I own. I don't know exactly what I have coming here, but there's going to be something, and I am getting attorneys. This time I'm going to go through with it because this shit got to stop.
prefab cabin things, sheds, whatever. But at that time, he was just planning on like tent and little grill, dog. I don't know. Starting fires and I don't know. I couldn't. It was weird. So, he packs all this back up with his cans of gas and whatnot, right? And um, at least some of it. So then, one of the property owners comes, Voldemort's person, and we have all the paperwork and things. The cops eventually show up. By this point, JD seems like and he tells us before the cop gets there, we don't have to worry about it. Um, won't have a neighbor, etc., because Voldemort had offered to buy it and other from it by this point several times too. Um, and at one point, JD tries to hand the cop um, the GIS data too, and even the cop was like, and there's the giant survey map that isn't it. And the cop basically tells him that these people have owned the property for X amount of like 200 years. Pretty sure they know where the property lines are, whatever. Which, anyway, so JD's not really interested in giving his name. I don't think anybody ever really even asks for it. Um, then all of a sudden because he told us like he had offered the information. He was some sort of vet in I think Germany at the time, which didn't really add up with the age he gave us. Um, and then but he never says that to the cop or anything, and that's usually kind of the first thing. I mean, it's kind of a thing, right? It's usually the first thing that I'm a vet, right? It's one of those things we all know. But I noticed he never mentioned that. That was a little strange. Cop gets there. JD kind of wanders off to himself mostly and really starts packing everything the rest of the way up. Um, then it seems like, I don't know, he's going to find somewhere else, whatever. Then all of a sudden his personality becomes kind of sweet as pie, and he mentions, something about the wife, and I heard it like the wife stabbed me or wanted to. I don't know. It was a little bizarre. I was standing a little ways off at that point talking to the pseudo mother-in-law person. And so at this point, JD had even mentioned for him he was selling, etc. But then Voldemort asks him, he's like, "Hey, bud, can I get the number or whatever before you take off?" And the mask sort of slips. JD's back's turned at that point to everybody. And JD just kind of screams out in this angry tone, "Why do you need that?" Even the cop stopped and was like, "You just told him you were selling. I mean, like, how's he supposed to get in contact with you?" Voldemort sort of says the same thing at the same time. Then that's how JD's name sort of learns. The first, anyway. The rest was in the file and accidentally caught by eyesight. The numbers given and exchanged. He makes a big deal of not having anywhere to go. Asks for hotel recommendations that would take a dog. We all tell him, including the officer. Um, and then at one point, he had heard, and this was, sorry, it's a little scattered, but at one point there, right before, somewhere between him and the GIS data and then the survey thing, it seemed like I was like, well, civil court. And when JD heard that, he got a little excited, like, oh, well, so I can squat here and tell, basically. But then I was like, but he got through lights and things to get in there, and the officer was like, oh, I don't know, you can't do it. I'm gonna need you to come on back out of there. So at this point, JD knew he had to leave. Um, because, parking somewhere's one thing, cutting through stuff to get to it is another. So, anyway, hold on. So by the end, JD's pretty acquiescing, asking about hotel recommendations, sweet as pie again. Pseudo mother-in-law backs out to kind of let him out, and the officer's still sitting there with us, and JD almost rips off the entire exhaust system trying to get out of there and out of the. There are two drive where JD was parked is considered the old driveway for this property. It's the original driveway, and it kind of curves and goes up. But there's also a straight driveway, and it is newer, and worse. This is, as most people tell you, even four-wheel drives have a problem getting up this thing. So, when he backs out of the curvy one and the straight one, the concrete for the roadway comes down, and he's in such a hurry, he almost rips off the exhaust, but he leaves. But JD struck us all so wrong that later that night, we went looking at all the hotels we had recommended, all the way out to Bayleton and Greenville, seeing if we could see his vehicle, to make sure he was where he was supposed to be. And then he wasn't at any of those places. So as we're coming back through Fort Beach Creek and back to this property, we check every hollow and every place we know of people to be able to park and squat and do whatever. He's nowhere. Which, trust me, is a few places down through there. Never could find him. So we just let it go. We go on back. And that's kind of the topic and what's on our minds for at least a few hours until, right? And that's the big topic of discussion for everybody in Beach Creek and what's happening with that. And I honestly think I had done a video or two that day, that evening. I don't recall if they're open or not. But if they are, they're there, and they're just hours before Summer goes missing. So anyway, that was at least most of the interaction with JD. The guy was a little off. The only vehicle I saw parked there that day was the blue Trailblazer, older. The next day, as y'all seen and heard, things started changing, which we first took to be rumor, and I still, there are questions about things, even for we who were up close and personal with these situations and had visual on all of this for the duration. But all of these things, like I said, definitely came together to create this perfect storm that even 2.5 weeks before, well,
Your perfect storm is done. It ain't so perfect, ain't it? Is it? Dummy. Took my meds. We're all good.
Because by this point, I just want to let you know the tree cutters were there. JD was having property, people still showing up. That even happened quite a bit even after JD left. Because after that, we've not seen JD again. At least I've not. And I mean, that was just like 13 days ago that I was there. So, I do know that we spoke to JD. Voldemort did. The kids have, I believe that, and the lawyer he contacted, the conversation with that between Voldemort and JD's lawyer here, videotaped. So I don't know. I know that on JD's Facebook, he said he was here the next day. Something about biscuits and gravy or beer. I don't, and a dog, and that was it, kind of. But I think the lawyer wasn't talked to until like 2 days after Summer went missing, is the impression the lawyer gave on this video. So I'm not really sure how long JD was in town after the Ben Hill incident. I mean, you know, David Sherrills, and most of me agrees. I don't think he's pretty low on my list. That's all I'm saying. I think he has his own separate issues. I think he's a little off. Definitely has maybe problems with women of some variety. Some anger issues of his own. I'm not real sure. Could have just been a situation. Could have been all kinds of things. But me personally, he's low on my list. So I don't know. I'm not a cop. I'm not a detective. I'm not the feds. They know what they know, and I just experienced what I experienced. So those are two entirely different things. It's their job to put these pieces together. Anyway, yeah. But JD did make it seem like, I don't know, this, when he first came in there, it was just over exaggeration. He did lie about his age, made himself older than he actually was by quite a bit. Kept mentioning how he was having problems moving and falling, but then I didn't really see that. I saw an exaggeration of that at certain points, so it was a little weird for me. I don't know. Whole thing struck me as weird. But JD had been in there for obviously quite a while, sawing, doing whatever. Did tell us that at one point he had actually, because I think Voldemort had asked him if he'd even walked the property at first. He's like, no, and he was like, well, yeah, I came with a friend. But then it coincided with another name that had just shown up like a day or two before in conjunction with the sale online. And I was like, it struck me as like, did he just use that second person's name? It's stuck out as a realtor? Like, did he lie about that too? Like, so who knows if he actually had walked the property? Because I'll tell you, there was a lot of days there, and I don't know how they would get past the dogs things, but they did. I still have no idea. They took pictures of our property without our dogs in them. But they did. They must carry bit. I don't know. But the point is, I highly doubt it. Honestly, I think it was just another lie. But that's just my opinion. It was a very strange thing. But for me, he's probably one of the lowest on my list. That's how I feel about it. And he's not wrong. And I really do enjoy his Ben Hill. term. I've now adopted it. I'm using it too. So, thanks, JD. Anyway, I will be back in just a minute. The next day, so by the Okay, so I'm back. I'm gonna have to hold this thing instead of leaving it stationary, because it definitely needs to charge. So, there was something just a second ago I knew I'd accidentally left out, and I don't really recall what that was now. I know that it was a very strange, perfect storm that created all of this, to where Summer was even able to go missing. And like I had said, any other time, and we would have, I don't know how anybody would have ever pulled this off, and I still, for the life of me, do not. Because even just minutes before she vanished, if anybody had asked me if I thought one of our children could be taken from in there, I would have laughed. And trust me, as a mother and as the mother of the only other girl in that hollow and the only other, I had the only other children in there, in the particular road. But the only other one with a daughter. And obviously, like JD had struck me wrong enough to warn him about my own and about all of the neighborhood children and grandchildren and things in the surrounding. But I keep an eye on mine even in town, because, around here it was pretty mild, and now we've got like the big rings coming in and stuff this place is not used to, so it's working well here. So they're hitting smaller towns. We've had quite a few things happen in the past couple of years, including at the park that Candace happened to be at that day. There have been quite a few incidents there to where most of us had stopped going or taking our children to there's a playground there that it's beautiful. And it's also set up for special needs children. It's one of the better ones around here, but there have been so many pervs at it and doing crazy things that a lot of us locally and in the surrounding area had stopped going. I think there were several, news pieces, but I know that there was Facebook posts about it a lot, and pictures of the men they caught, So either way, and at our local Walmarts, things like that, there have been a lot of incidents the past couple of years picking up something this place in particular not been used to, sort of like the money scams and things and like the fake legs and all that this place in particular wasn't used to. Bigger city stuff, they are, but it's moving here because obviously easy marks, right? So either way, pretty vigilant about her. And when you see me look over that way, she's over there. So, anyway, and she has her headphones in because I've asked, because this particular topic it's hard for her, it's hard for all of us. And, anyway, so JD had happened. He'd hit my gut enough to, warrant me saying something about my daughter and that particular spot and other things. But like I said, he's pretty low on my list. And honestly, I kind of owe the guy an apology. I was wondering why it was a little strange that for once out of 26 years, I was allowed to be the spokesman for this particular Voldemort pack. And why even Voldemort had stood up and been like, oh, Mom let her speak because she's done her research, this, the other. And the whole time I've been under the impression that the spike in question on the original driveway, that the reason it was where it was, even on the 77 map, was because of the way the watershed works from the very top of the hill where the main house is. And they had changed it, made it look like that spike was in the main road, but that it actually wasn't, like, say the spike would have been in, like, just general grass area, okay? Saying, like, 1800 or whatever. But then the watershed from the top of the hill, the way it transferred over the years and trickled down, would have eat it and then made it become one and look like it was actually in the original roadway. And I'd asked specifically about this, thought I'd made sure of that. And I was kind of, I don't know, assumptions, right? So when JD got there, I noticed it was a little strange that Suda, and I didn't notice till after all this went down, that it was asked of Suda mother-in-law to kind of step back and let me speak. And I was waiting for her to, so I didn't really honestly say much, because they're pretty particular about things. And so I didn't really say much anyway, and it never really came up with, I did tell JD that was the one thing the family would fight over, and that was the thing. That was the only point, and that's exactly where JD had parked.
The family would fight over property. Uncle John's coming up the street. Mom and Dad's coming in. Andy's calling the people. They're calling the police. Jodi set that up. That's my opinion.
Was the entrance in between those two no trespassing signs to the original and main driveway. So, then it was several days into the summer thing, before I was kind of looked at and told, nope, that's where it's always been. That is actually in the road. So, what I told JD wasn't, I don't know, I was manipulated and sort of omitted to, and I guess that way everybody else could say they weren't. And so then I checked it out with other family members, people through the past, who were close to the original property owner prior to, and that was most certainly the case. They said the reason the second driveway was actually built was because in that survey map in 77 was touching, they were afraid that would become the right of way, and so they built the second driveway that's used now to ensure that could not happen. So there you go. Me and Jay both were just, and I think a lot of it was, it falls into the, I think a lot of it falls into, what was happening to us for years there. Weren't really allowed to build on or do anything or this and the other. I did manage to eventually get agreement to build on a bathroom. Nobody would let a septic be put in. And I think that the reason it was such an issue about the property for everybody was so contamination and things weren't found, and especially the giant trash pile and that sort of thing, and the well and the creek being so close and whatever, because that would bring trouble. And I think that, for years I've been like, hey, this needs to be taken care of, blah, blah, blah. But it was part of what we had to endure there, and it was part of the control there. And I warned people that would eventually come down the pipeline. Didn't matter until. And then I was used and manipulated in a way to where everybody could say, so anyway. But I think I owe JD an apology. However, I also think whatever. Anyway, so that was the topic until summer vanished. I mean, some of the last messages with I and others just in those last minutes before and the last hours before were about the property drama and about all these things. And it seems so silly now in comparison that's what everybody was concerned. However, JD being there the day prior and wondering if he was going to come back and it was going to be super weird or, cops showing up or whatever, kept me on a hyper alert. I mean, super hyper alert. I was anyway, like I said, but after him being there and the weirdness, it kept me on. But somehow I still missed what happened next. And I still can't tell you how. And I wish every day I could tell you how I missed what happened next. I wish every day I could just tell me how I missed what happened next. So, anyway, I'm going to end this one here and I'll be back. Day, Summer went missing. Pretty normal day. Kind of goofing off maybe at JD's expense a little because I still had no clue what I'd been used for. So I thought all kinds of things. Anyway, and that was the high drama, right? So and then we were just like normal for the kids and I. Most days health wise, especially at that point, were not good for me. I'd been off the thyroid meds. I'd had a really hard time running those survey lines and doing what I had to do to get all that done anyway, with no help other than my oldest. Sorry. I have a cramp. Whew. And So, the kids and I were in the cabin. The doors open, the windows open, no TV or anything going. For the most part, um, the cabin itself was pretty empty. I had a bed in there, fish tank, that type of thing, you know. Um, but it was actually a pretty good feeling day, so air conditioning wasn't on, anything like that. Felt pretty nice. Um, and at the time, it hadn't been, and it still wasn't, last I knew, just a few days ago, insulated or drywall up or anything. So, you could basically, you know, and it was a different angle than the house, so sounds were a little different to it than, say, the house was. And it was a little closer to Candace's than the house. Um, so I'm at the head of the bed, safe like you were up towards your headboard, and in the middle, I was kind of in that area of the bed. My oldest was to my left, but around where, like, if you were sitting Indian style at your headboard, he was kind of to my left and down a little past where knees Indian style would be. And my daughter was.
Like, why do you need all these details to the point where you're going to tell us exactly where your son was sitting? Ridiculous. Why not just say we were in the cabin and I heard a scream? We thought it was weird. We went outside to look. You're going to go this deep into detail when we don't need all these details. What you're doing is trying to make you guys look innocent. You're trying to bring extra detail into it, Jodi. The police never would ask you where you're sitting. Well, yeah, maybe they would. Maybe they would. Just to hear the screams, but it's not going to change hill to hill. It echoes. I believe you can hear both sides of the hill. I don't believe that's a lie like people were saying. Science tells you that. Okay? It didn't matter where you were sitting. However, to this day, you can't tell us what direction the scream was coming from. You'll leave that for the police. However, I think in this set of videos, you do tell us. Maybe. So we're going to listen.
Was towards my feet and to the left and closest to the cabin doors, which were just 2-3 feet, maybe most, from her. And we were laughing, cutting up, sharing jokes. At that point, it wasn't even at JD's expense or anything. It was just usual us having a good time together, especially while Voldemort was not present. And we're pretty loud when together. We're talkers. It's just, they're mine. So we're kind of like, pretty happy. Always kind of worried when left to our own little devices. Just chattering like we normally do, joking, goofing off, having a great time together. And I remember there being jokes, laughter, definitely talking over one another, right? And the kids were being pretty loud. That day there hadn't been a lot of noise other than the woodcutters, with the 2 crews and such. They cut out, a little while before the next things happened. There were several points in the day where I'd heard noises outside, in the roadway below us, other places up and down, even with the woodcutters, and it had brought me out of the cabin to check the banks and to look down and make sure the roadway was clear and no cars were parked there and JD wasn't back doing anything crazy.
The well zoned where the cars were parked, Jodi. You did not. It was not your job to put the tires there. It was not your job to go out and check that people weren't parked there. And what you're telling us is that you were outside all day. There's no way you could have missed what happened this summer. But let's keep listening.
And then at one point, as we get closer to the minutes that I never really saw anything that day. No cars really sitting, not much of anything every time I was brought out of the cabin. And my oldest would have to help me because, the stress from JD being there had hit pretty hard. And like I said, my body was kind of in, it was difficult then. As you can imagine, I know looking at.
Just in case her oldest is caught on cameras, she has to say, my oldest was out there with me helping. You just put yourself on the road several times during that day, listening to every noise. You're a liar. Do you understand that? That was you making an excuse why you and your son were out on that road. Why wasn't your daughter there? You would think all three of you would walk around, right? Like, hey, let's go for a nice walk in the woods on a nice day. JD was stressful yesterday. Let's go check the property lines. And in order to check the property lines, you would have to understand that they circle your whole mountain. So did you walk all the way to Beach Creek from the back? Did you take where the little fireplace is by the Thompsons? Like, how far did you go to check the property lines, Jodi Sue?
And seeing me talk, it looks like I'm all, whew, that is not really how it is. And even then, it was really hard. And it's been months since that. And I'm still not on thyroid meds again. And it's really difficult just to move. I'm sure you're noticing my speech is getting worse as this is, and my mouth looks different and heavier. And as it's getting later and stress is catching up from yesterday, the droop's there. You'll see this. It's the pucker muscles they had to cut through. So it'll look heavier and like my face is dragging. Anyway, so the point is I felt pretty bad after the stress of JD and that whole drama. And my muscles and things were already cramping without my thyroid med stuff at that point. Because I was expecting radiation, and that was the first time. So at least the 6 or 8 weeks I'd been off, I think, at that point. Anyway, and have other health conditions.
How about the doctor that followed her out to her car, giving her information about her health that she said was stalking her and harassing her and all that other shit? She thought she was God's gift to earth. Jodi, you're pretty. But just like me, you're fucking fat too. Okay? So I'm not putting fat people down because I'm fat. But you ain't no fucking hot tamale. Fred said they booed you off stage at the strip club. That tells you something.
Right now from the last radiation, it's pericarditis and heart problems and things. So a little difficult. So my oldest had helped me out of the cabin a few times that day to look and see with my PTSD hypervigilant state what was happening, and made sure nothing happened to me while I was being nosy. So there wasn't anything really abnormal that I saw or heard until there was a point in there during the day, and it was after the tree cutters had stopped sawing, the clearers, whatever you want to call them. So somewhere around 3, they cut out, and at some point after that, I heard a car door slam. It was something like a road that kind of faces the right of way that also cuts through
Simpson Road. She heard a car door slam about the time that something happened to the guide wire on the telephone pole on the Thompsons' property. It pulls her out and she walks towards Fred's. Around the same time, they say that they see Chad Arnold. But okay.
this property too.
Proof of that in her text messages to Andy, where she says a noise woke me up and we went outside to check. There's a time on it. Early afternoon hours.
That splits this one in parts and goes back. There's another road that faces it that's named Simpson. Not to be confused with another one across the main road.
So do you hear my daughter's dog crying? They left and he's in the room. He's not logged in. He's just in there howling because they left. I can't get him to stop. What do I do? Yeah, that's it. I didn't know that they were contract. Who contracted them? The city of Beech Creek or the electric company or individual? But anyways, what I was getting ready to say was what Jodi just did here was put her in that area of the Thompsons. Because she heard a car door slam. And she and her son, it brought them out of the house to go check.
So I hear what I feel like is a car door coming from there, and that hit me as odd. And I think we go out at that point and look around, didn't see anything. And, we end up going back in. But somewhere in that point, and I had asked for help at one point, making sure I was right on this, without being led or anything. But, we heard a car door. Just one. Never heard an engine or a car leave, even though it was quiet. We walked the bank for quite a few minutes. And it looked like one of the survey lines was down to me. So I asked him to see if somebody cut it, to see what was going on. It looked like the tires down in the parking space I referred to earlier had been moved to me at the angle I was at. And my oldest was nice enough to walk that survey line. There was a branch on it. And he removed it. The survey line come back up. And then he went a little further down and was to the right. And looked, and the tires hadn't been moved. And while he was doing that, and while we were on the bank, there was a car that went up Candace's driveway. Now, the angle I was at and where he was at, I still don't know why I asked. I know that something was wrong with it, is the reason I asked him. Because had there not been, I wouldn't have asked at all. It was something about the color, the rotation of, and the way it hit the driveway, because I know the sounds and stuff of Candace's cars as they go in and out, and Donnie's, and who you all call Grandis. I know the sounds of their vehicles and the way the tires spin, and I can tell you without looking which one it is, going up or down, even when I'm inside the house or the cabin. The new Subaru, anyway. But for some reason in my head, there was a flash of red going up the driveway that was wrong. It wasn't shiny, it didn't have the gloss, it wasn't right. And the way the traction switched over for the Subaru was entirely different than whatever this was that day. The Subaru does, like, at that point, like a 2.5 thing before it transfers over to whatever it picks up and then finally goes up. This didn't do that, and it also never completed the loop for their driveway, like to pull in at the top, like towards where Grandis's camper was. And it was almost like it had stopped at the basement door, which is also not where most of you all keep marking. It is not where half of, or 75% of the internet seems to think it is. So anyway, it is facing this property, and it is not very far up from the roadway. And
So, a red vehicle goes up the hill. There's a red truck called in. The police know who called in that tip, who gave it. Jodi had a lot of details. Could it be she called somebody to say they seen a red truck? Could it? Could it all be made up to cause confusion? Because Jodi said she seen a red vehicle go up the driveway, which I don't believe happened. It could have. I'm not saying it didn't. If you're going the way that Jodi Sue put this in motion because of property, or if you're going with her son hit Summer, it was confusion and she was calling the Pritos people into calling tips. Right? The red truck's a red herring.
I can tell you that the full-size Dodge truck that Baltimore had, that's four-wheel drive, that you can pull up in front of the basement and they can't hear you inside the house. There's just something about the way the basement and the hill's shaped and the way it curves. Most of the time they can't even hear you if you're outside there. And the way the sounds on these properties work, they're all different and they all pick up different things. Hold on. So, something about the sound and the flash of red were wrong to me. The flash, as I recall in my head, wasn't glossy like that Subaru should have been. It wasn't new. It didn't have the clear coat. Something was wrong. And it's the reason I asked my oldest, who was that? And I think his statement not long ago, and I may let them speak for themselves if they want, maybe, but not visually. Not sure about that yet. We'll discuss it as a family unit before that happens, if it happens. But they did consent not long ago to other PIs and things, interviewed them on tape and things to be used if, and we've all been interviewed a bazillion times since day one, minute one. you know? So, either way, by every agency you could ever name on earth. Trust me. Now, and I believe what my oldest, had told, was that, he just seen red and assumed, so he went with, oh, it's the neighbors. And I took that, well, okay, but I didn't think much about it, right? Anyway, there was, we go back inside at some point, and one of the points from looking at and being outside, for all these different moments. And, the reason I know the time is because I was messaging back and forth with Voldemort, and around 4:52, I believe. I have to look back at the messages, and lately I've not looked at those messages just because of other things going on with, like I said, our situation, and it's just. But I believe the time Voldemort had messaged to ask what I was doing or something, and it was at like 4:52. So somewhere around 4:42, I think has been my estimation since the get to, and it could have been as early as 4:30.
I don't believe there was ever a scream. Just like Lawson.
But it was somewhere in between 4:30 and 4:42 for sure, because I know we were out on the bank for a little bit trying to figure out what this was. So somewhere between 4:30 and 4:42, the children and I were sitting there being pretty loud, laughing, carrying on. I mean, and when I say loud, we're pretty loud. However, the cabin was quiet, TV running, no air, no fans. And this scream happens. This noise I originally tried to dismiss as, but it was so different and so wrong that it immediately hits me in the gut as not right. And it shuts all three of us down cold mid-sentence. It was that strange. And I mean, as someone who's grown up in the woods and with critters of all kinds, like, if you want to meet an Ellie Mae, I'm it.
Which is why Karen Elliott came out with the name Ellie Mae. I was making fun of Jodi Sue for saying that. So Karen came out admittingly saying, no, I'm Ellie Mae. Y'all both can be Ellie Mae bitches. Guess what? I'm the real Ellie Mae, ain't I? We should listen to the theme song.
This wasn't, but I tried. It was so strange that I immediately tried to dismiss it as something else, including a dog, even though I knew better, because, and what I thought was, okay, well, we heard the truck or a car door, right? The one. And even though by this point the woodcutter's been gone for hours, should not have been there, in my head, trying to dismiss this, I was like, okay, so one of Candace's dogs has gotten too close to where woodcutter was, and they've kicked it. But I knew the sound was wrong for a dog. And I knew it didn't make sense because there'd be no reason there'd be a straggler in there that long. for the
All of the dogs disappeared that day, according to everybody. And them dogs wouldn't have gone with anybody unless they knew them, right? Summer wouldn't have gone with nobody unless she knew them. Think about that. Who knew the dogs and who knew Summer the best out of all the neighbors? And Jodi Sue will tell you that because the other neighbors didn't even know what Summer looked like, according to her. So who would the dogs and who would have Summer left with? Hi, bitch. The dogs are key.
wood cutters, right? Whatever you want to call them. But I was like, well, and my kids are immediately like, well, that's the kids, and I'm like, it's not the kids, because first thing in my mind when kids is mentioned in that context is the boys, right? Candace's. Now I know all of their sounds. Trust me. Oh boy, do I. And I'll not use their names because but I've known them since they were littles, and I've heard every noise you can imagine out of those three. I hear them play every day. Oh, and I'm like, Candace, I'm sorry, but they kind of, during radiation when I was barfing, they drove me a little crazy. That's all I'm saying.
She even comes out talking shit on Candace and Dawn's kids. I heard their noises every day, and it's nothing new from the videos she was taping just a few weeks before, where she was complaining about their noises. Right? Jodi? You're a cunt.
No. But anyway, I've heard every noise you can imagine out of those three. And they go down further than Summer, and they do ride their dirt bikes back and forth and things like that. And they go in places that Summer really doesn't. But this wasn't.
They were different dogs. Ziggy had gone down and stolen that puppy that was way too little to go with her. It caused animal control to get involved and remove all of the Will's dogs and let them keep the puppies, who then got pregnant. It was different dogs. All of the mean dogs were removed by the city.
Their noises, but that's what hit me, right? Was that's not the boys, and that's what I said. And it never really occurred to me, Summer. And the reason is because Summer doesn't play down far enough to really hear. You hear sometimes when she's high on the bank, or one of the boys are picking, or she's picking, or she's mad, but not a whole lot do you hear Summer. Not like the boys. Oh dear. I mean, you'll hear her faintly, you'll hear whatever, but she stays a little closer to the house and things. And contrary to popular belief, I've never once seen Summer in the road. Those kids, like, no. She's also not the type to just. It's not. Even when people like, look, no. So, anyway, but my daughter jumps up and goes to the door of the cabin because she's closest. And what she hears, sorry, I'm making sure her headphones are on. Like I said, I'm going through enough as is, and this has been So, anyway, not, you know, anyway. Whew. So, she gets to the cabin door first. And this was a pretty quick series of events. It was what is that? That's the kids. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. And she gets to the door first, and she goes, I can still hear it. It's one of the kids. And she was like, it's going, it's muffled. Those were her exact words. That day, she was like, I can still hear it. I couldn't hear it at that point any longer. Um, but like I said, she was the first one to the door, had her head out. And she says that she can hear it. It's still muffled. It was leaving the road, kind of. But that she could still hear it. So, for a little while, it's just so weird, right? So, and I believe she also said she could hear a car too. I could not, but I was further back. Like I said, she was first door, he was second. But then we go out, onto the banks again, and we're listening, we're looking. We don't hear or see anything really. We eventually go back in. Then, I get ready. I start getting ready not too long after that because normal time for Voldemort to get off of work. But then Voldemort texts and says he's going to be running behind, that he's working over. And so somewhere, and I believe around 6, but usually gets out, either way. He was running quite a bit behind, but at one point near 6, and I believe on the phone at 6:09, I'm going around the top curve roadway to start the descent down. By this point, I'm hearing, hold on. So somewhere between like 6:09, I'd have to check just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure. I'm starting the top and then the descent down our driveway. And before I lose Wi-Fi signal, I message Voldemort and tell him I'm heading down early so I can mess around with the flowers. And I'll just, mess around with those till he gets there.
It was literally, I have the picture saved somewhere and I'll show you the flowers she was messing with. Because she ripped them out of the ground and took pictures of them. It was literally 2 flowers. They were tulips that die within weeks of that time of year. No reason to save them. Not tulips, but they were bulbed flowers. I have to look and see. But it wasn't nothing that would take a half hour to mess with. They don't even need that much care because they die anyway. They're not long lasting flowers. They're annuals that come back every year from the bulb, but they're nothing that needed your attention. And you even ripped them out of the fucking ground and took them with you when you left. You're a bitch.
Even though I knew at that point it'd be like almost half an hour. And so, at that point, I'm hearing Candace calling for Summer. Before I'm all the way down, I know that there's been more than 3 calls. After 3 calls, my gut said no. Because I'd never known if Summer really.
So she goes outside for a car door slam. At the time the guide wire comes down, and who said it? Glenview, I think. But she doesn't go outside when they hear the scream. They go to the door. But they don't go check the property lines with a scream. They only check the property lines when the car door slams and they see a red car go up the hill. They go back into the cabin, hear a scream, go to the door, and then sit their asses back down until she's supposed to meet Andy. Why didn't you check the property lines with the scream, Jodi Sue? Why didn't you go outside then and wait for Andy? I think the scream would be more worrisome than a car door slam on the other side that JD was not by Simpson Loop, right? That wasn't his property or his property side. You didn't even need to check those lines. Nobody was buying the Thompsons' property. There was no reason for you to go check a car door slam and not a scream.
Like.
That's why the police
And
don't.
as a mother, right? Usually at third call, and the sternest tone brings them in, right? So by that third or so call, I knew, and my mind went click, click, click with the sound I heard. I personally just assumed those things went together almost immediately. And it is not my job to make of what I heard, what they heard, or to say that was anybody for certain, right? And it's not my job. All I know is what I can speak on, but I can't be like, oh, 100% this, 100% that, 100% whatever. And I'm not going to do so. It's other people's jobs that are trained to do whatever that, yeah, I mean, it just, I'm just here to tell what our day and the events for us were like, and our thoughts, feelings, and so anyway, I get to the bottom of the driveway. I have my purse. Actually, it's the same one I'm still carrying. I'm a little attached. By this point, I'm starting to panic for her. I know something's wrong. I just know it. And I look across. There's kind of a drop off with a piece of property that connects with Candace's on the other side of the road, and it's kind of down. And there's the creek that runs that way. Because it runs through both of this property and the other one. It's the main creek through Beach Creek, but it takes this weird way around through that part on that side of the road and under a tile through Ben Hill.
I've looked at the map 1,000 million trillion times. You want to know where that is? There's like an overlook that you look over at the end of the creek on Simpson. She was already in the creek, walking from Simpson to Candace's driveway by the time Candace was screaming. That's my opinion. Go look at the map.
So anyway, I kind of look down to make sure Summer Rae's not there, and then Candace is still calling. I hear the boys start, calling. They're circling. I just know something's wrong. At this point, I drop my purse where I'm standing. I try calling up and screaming at Candace, and I'm already looking to let her know that I'm at the bottom. She can't hear me. And it's the way her piece of property picks up things. She could not hear me. It was not possible. I could hear her clear as day, though. At a certain point, I know trying to scream at her is wasting time. I just need to be looking for Summer. And to me, that scream, I don't think, and I don't think whatever. I don't know how to. But I look anyway. I look. Start down towards where the tile is that the creek runs under and through. Passes through from this property to Candace's.
Where is that, Andy? What's at the end of what's at the creek at the end of Simpson and Ben Hill? Do you want a link? Why don't you come tell me about the Perito connection to Jodi Sue's sister? Andy, would you turn your son in if he hit Summer? Or would you help to cover it up? I don't believe you were there that day. I believe you know. Do you want to come tell me how all of us are connected? What is she saying? So where was she when she heard the scream?
And I look to the right, even though I know that the kids never play really in the right side. It's always the left side. They kind of stay on their own and they go through. But just to be sure, I looked at the right.
Okay, so is there a possibility that Jodi could have been driving her mother's truck or any other vehicle that day? Because you did say Jodi always had a way to leave the property, that there were other vehicles there, correct? And we do hear Jodi say that children there drive without licenses all the time. We also hear Laura drove without a license. We know it hit up Fred's property. Okay, then tell me about Amy's connections to the Peritos, Andy. Y'all went to school together. You were with her sister for 26 years, 23 years, whatever, over 20 years. You should know who her family is, right? She didn't drive her mom's stuff then, but there were other vehicles on the property that she could drive. You said that. I'll go find the clip. I don't think Dobbs is that creepy innocent. I'm sorry. I think, if anything, he would have been involved in drug trafficking. And I think that Andy didn't want him buying the property for a reason. I think it's two separate entities. I think whatever happened to Summer was a tragic accident that Jodi Sue witnessed. It's just figuring out who she would cover up for. She puts her and her son on the road that day. Oh. Well, you should, since it's Amy's maiden name. You went to school with her. Or her cousins or something. You should check her list. Andy. Oh, there was a Dodge truck there. What color is the Dodge truck, Andy? You know Amy. Amy is Preto. We'll continue listening to Jodi Sue put her and her child on the road that day.
I got down on my knees. I looked in the tile. Didn't see her.
On Simpson.
I start.
Not across from Dawn and Candace's. The tile is on Simpson. She walked the creek from Simpson to Dawn and Candace's driveway when she heard Candace looking for her missing child. And she jumped out of the creek.
Hold on.
That will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security.
So, like I was saying, I'd gotten down, looked into the tile, didn't see Summer. But I went across back over to the left, which is Candace's property, where the other side of the tile is. And that's if you're going out the road, not in. So, cross over, and I start into a spot that's kind of clear, and head towards the creek, because I think, well, maybe brothers have left her behind, or she's fallen off the top of the hill, she's gotten hurt, or, the usual things, right? And we need to find her, if that's the case, because in my head, I'm like, it's been a while since I've heard this scream, this noise. If she's hurt, she's been here a while. So I'm wearing sandals, and I know the best thing I can do is get into the water. So I step into the creek. Oh, because from there I can keep tracks down. Because when you live in areas like ours, worst case scenario. You also know what happens if somebody can't be found. And you know that staying in the water keeps scent down for dogs, if they have to be brought in. So, also, it's a good way to check, even though, but with your feet on what's in the bottom and deepest spots. So, and at the same time, I keep an eye on the bank going around Candace's, and to the top of the hill. Before I'd stepped into the creek, I could hear the boys go down the left side of their property towards the creek on that side that I had looked down towards earlier. And there was a point there when, I could tell that Candace and the boys had met up when they were hollering for Summer and circling the hill at the top. And Candace was like, to the oldest, was like, what did you do? What did you do? And not like an accused, it was more of a, like, did you not have eyes on your sister? Did you leave her behind? So, literally at this point, I thought, okay, then I was, like, it is that the boys were supposed to have
So at that point, I was like, it is that the boys was supposed to have eyes on Summer. Did you leave the boys behind? What did you do? What did you do? Like, where the fuck is your sister? That's what she heard Candace saying to the oldest boy. Did Candace and Dawn actually come out here and lie because they didn't want the public to know that they allowed Summer to go play in the woods with her brothers? Could that be what happened? Or that Candace went for a walk to go down to Fred's and grab something from them to smoke or swallow? So she had to say that Summer was in the house? Could it actually be that Summer was out with the boys? I don't know. Use your brains, people.
Have an eye on her and didn't or something. And so anyway, I'm stepping into the creek. I was, I don't know, not too far in. Sorry, this one's trying to snatch the phone cord. And why are there 6 in the house and they're always trying to snatch the phone cord? Hold on. I had to remind them that there's 6 others in here. So anyway,
the police say that they seen Candace leave the hill twice. That means she left Summer alone with the boys to watch. Did the boys actually take Summer outside instead of staying in the house when they weren't supposed to? Think about it. Candace wasn't home. The boys have Summer. Candace gets home at 4:52 when she starts screaming for Summer. Jodi's walking down the hill going to meet Andy when Candace gets home. Put it together, guys. She starts at the trail, at the towel, whatever, on Simpson Loop. Why would she even go that way if she's walking down the other driveway?
Lord, like I said, herd of elephants. So anyway, yeah. As I was looking, went a few feet, in to the water, but 20 feet maybe from the road. I don't know, maybe less than that. I don't know. Wasn't too far in when I hear a car coming down Candace's driveway.
Oh shit, Candace is going to see me in the creek. Let me jump out real quick. You mean to tell me somebody kidnapped my baby girl? Candace is probably telling Dawn, I went to the store, I come back and Summer's missing. The boys had Summer outside. Do you mean to tell me somebody kidnapped my baby girl? Because that's not what Jodi was saying. Jodi was saying, I'm sorry, I heard a scream.
And her talking to somebody, which I assume was somebody in the car with her. But as I hear her getting closer, I come back out the creek and jump up out of, and then into the roadway. And she's in Grandis's vehicle. And which, kind of confused me at first. Because I was like, well, it flashed red earlier. And I thought, well, that wouldn't have been the first vehicle in line. If Grandis's was ahead of it. So that's why she's in Grandis's. And so anyway, when she pulls up, she's on the phone with Donnie.
So she doesn't know that Candace does not have her vehicle, that Dawn has the vehicle at work. She was shocked to see Candace coming down the hill in Grandis's vehicle. She didn't expect that. She thought she had time to be in the creek, doing whatever she was doing with the cleanup crew.
Um, but the first thing I said, I mean, guys, I wish I could explain to you. I wish there had been some way for me to take a picture or video that day. Donnie's on the phone with her, and I didn't even realize the time. It just didn't hit me. But the first thing I said to Candace is, I heard a scream. I'm sorry. I didn't know. And then I realized Donnie's on the phone. And Donnie says something like, so you're telling me somebody's taking my baby girl or something. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't put it together, enough time. Like, right? I was like, because the first thing she says to me,
I do not believe anybody pulled up into the house. I do not believe there was a scream. I do not believe there was a red truck or car or anything that pulled up into the house. I believe Jodi Sue had somebody from the cleanup crew call a tip in to collaborate what she was saying. That truck has never even been proven, and the only truck they can say that was on that road that day, they can't even tell you if it's the 14th or the 15th that they seen the truck. The tip is not credible. They put an Amber Alert out just in case because of Jodi's bullshit lies. I don't believe there was a truck that went up Candace's driveway, and I don't believe that there was a scream. This is Jodi playing cleanup.
is we're talking together, basically, which is, I'm saying I'm sorry, and she's like, Summer's missing. And I'm like, where's the last place you seen her? And I heard the scream. All this is happening. I mean, it's just a jumble, right?
Innocent, that's not true. That also came from Jodi Sue on Facebook. Nobody seen him there on the 15th, except for Fred's sister, Ellie, with a guy in a baseball cap that looked like Skelton. She's not credible, just like Jodi's not credible. It's the cleanup crew.
And her face is so, the tears that y'all, as a mother, any mother, if you had seen her face, she was sincere.
I believe that.
Now, Candace and I and Donnie, it wasn't like we were all like besties or anything like that. I just want to clarify that so nobody's like, we were neighbors. And in the area we live in, you kind of deal with your direct neighbor, right? You don't deal with all of them, you deal with your direct. And so there would be conversations here and there. Candace and I kind of had similar issues throughout the years because it took, I don't know, good 3 years or 4 years or so of us being trapped where we were before we even really met them. We knew they were over there and lived there.
She had more than one phone. Jodi Sue had many phones. She had Andy's phones. She was checking on everything Andy did. She stole them when she left the house. She has lives on Facebook that I have I'll find them if I really need to dig, where she admits to having Andy's phones. Jodi had many devices. She loved to go on live and be the center of attention on Facebook. Even to the point she put her own family through hell driving to parking lots to sit where she could get Wi-Fi to do so.
But that's how kind of little contact everybody wants with one another where we live. Unless it's an emergency, a murder, or something like don't come on my hilltop situation, right? And anyway, so weren't besties or anything like that. Like cup of sugar, just when the kids need something. Hey, I forgot toilet paper today. Will you watch the kids for this or whatever that. Throughout the years, I watched them a few times. I mean, even our kids, we really didn't play together or anything through the years, but we knew each other's kids. The boys went back and forth, the girls did not. If we had messages to send or internet wasn't working or power was out, it's the boys that would come back and forth. Hate to be double standard like that, but up until right before all of this, my preteen hadn't even been allowed to walk to the mailbox because it's that far away from the house, we just, yeah. It's like the mailbox is the only point of vulnerability, really. And I just wasn't willing to do that. But it was mostly because of cars, not because I ever thought kidnapper or whatever. And, there are bears and this and the other, but my kids kind of know how to act. And, I mean, our feet from them most days. And so it's not really a big deal for us. Wildlife's a thing. They know how to, traverse that world. Because, like I said, Ellie Mae, right? So they've been taught. It's never really been animals for me that I've worried about with them.
At this moment, Andy, I truly believe you're innocent. Just because of that, but I do still think you may know something. I appreciate that you're in here saying that, but if you found out that your son was driving something he wasn't supposed to be driving and he hit Summer, would you tell on him? Why did Jodi Sue send him to Amy's before he went into the Army? Why do you think Krama and Gavel came after you? What do you mean, like what? I think that when we hear stories of you saying you seen Summer's dead body, yeah, he didn't know how to drive. Could it be somebody was letting him drive the silver car? Because Fred did say he seen a silver vehicle. I've actually heard Jodi say that she allowed her daughter to drive without a license. That she was teaching her daughter before her daughter went and got her license or something. She was proud of her, or the son. Like, we were on here when the son got his license. He definitely was driving and learning how to drive at that time. Jodi was very proud of her son getting his license. She did some lives on it.
Or even people. It's been that somebody coming around the curve because of the way the road's shaped right there, and then the way it tops right at our old mailbox. It's super dangerous. So, anyway, but Candace and I had similar issues throughout the years and helped each other through those situations. If one of us, she needed a ride away, or I needed her to take pictures for me, or so there was things like that. And we kind of kept that to ourselves through the years for obviously good reason.
Well, Jodi has definitely done some lives about him driving prior to him going to the Army. And him getting his license. It was around that time, which means he was learning how to drive. How does that work in Tennessee? Here in Pennsylvania, you have to have a permit.
But if one of the kids needed something, or was like cut or whatever, I mean, there was many times that she'd call and be like, "Hey, do you have?" And so either way, hold on.
No harmful.
So so somewhere between like 609. I'd have to check just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure. I'm starting the top and the descent down our driveway, and before I lose Wi-Fi signal, I message Voldemort and tell him I'm heading down early.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't your son. I'm going to ask, was it your son? However, is there a chance Jodi could have been, or Fred could have been allowing Julie's daughter to drive? Or Jodi left the house in the silver truck and hit Summer herself and called the cleanup crew? Or Fred let somebody drive the truck that wasn't supposed to be, or Ellie, or Jodi seen one of those people? Because right there, that's the circle of people that are covering for each other, in my opinion. And they've tried to pin it on Chad. I'm not going to look into the oldest brother. I'm not going to go after kids. I didn't even go into Hunter. So that didn't happen here, Karen. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, Jodi started at the tile for some reason. In my opinion, she was already in the creek for a while.
So I could mess around with the flowers, and I'll just, mess around with those till he gets there. Even though I knew at that point it'd be like almost half an hour.
So she cut this out of the last video and marked it as 11 as well. And I believe this is where the missing video should have been. She did it as a way to replace the missing video that she's not going to bring out. Put it out, Jodi. Where's the missing video? Remember the big hustle and bustle around your missing video? This ain't it. You're lying.
And so at that point, I'm hearing Candace calling for Summer. Before I'm all the way down, I know that there's been more than 3 calls. After 3 calls, my gut said no. Because I'd never known of Summer really, like, and as a mother, right? Um, Usually at third call, and the sternest tone brings them in, right? So by that third or so call, I knew, and my mind went click, click, click with the sound I heard. I personally just assumed those things went together almost immediately. And it is not my job to make of what I heard, what they heard, or to say that that was anybody for certain, right? And it's not my job. All I know is what I can speak on, but I can't be like, oh, 100% this, 100% that, 100% whatever. And I'm not going to do so. It's other people's jobs that are trained to do whatever that, you know, I mean, it just, I'm just here to tell what our day and the events for us were like, and our thoughts, feelings, and
That's funny, Andy. You hadn't seen Ellie in the holler, because Ellie states that she was in the holler all the time, once a week, and brought her mom meds and did different things to her for her, and that she was always in the holler at least once a week. She stated that. Weird. I don't know.
so anyway, um, I get to the bottom of the driveway. I have my purse. Actually, it's the same one I'm still carrying. I'm a little attached. By this point, I'm starting to panic for her. I know something's wrong. I just know it. And I look across. There's kind of a drop off with a piece of property that connects with Candace's on the other side of the road, and it's kind of down. And there's the creek that runs that way. Because it runs through both of this property and the other one. It's the main creek through Beach Creek, but it takes this weird way around through that part on that side of the road and under a tile through Ben Hill. So anyway, I kind of look down to make sure Summer's not there, and then Candace is still calling. I hear the boys start, calling. They're circling. I just know something's wrong. At this point, I drop my purse where I'm standing. I try calling up and screaming at Candace, and I'm already looking to let her know that I'm at the bottom. She can't hear me. And it's the way her piece of property picks up things. She could not hear me. It was not possible. I could hear her clear as day, though. At a certain point, I know trying to scream at her is wasting time. I just need to be looking for Summer. And to me, that scream, I don't think, and I don't think whatever. I don't know how to. But I look anyway. I look. Start down towards where the tile is that the creek runs under and through. Passes through from this property to Candace's. And I look to the right, even though I know that the kids never play really in the right side. It's always the left side. They kind of stay on their own and they go through. But just to be sure, I looked at the right. I got down on my knees. I looked in the tile. Didn't see her.
I can answer that, Tic Tac. Because the people who had that land wouldn't sell it to them. Jodi asked, she put in offers. And she tells you that. Them people didn't like Andy and Jodi, in my opinion.
Start. Hold on. So, like I was saying, I'd gotten down, looked into the tile, didn't see Summer. But I went across back over to the left, which is Candace's property, where the other side of the tile is. And that's if you're going out the road, not in.
Andy, then why does Jodi Sue say it was supposed to be folded back in? From what we understood, that property, if ever sold, was supposed to be folded back in. She mentions the name Sarah, their family. I don't believe you. That's what makes you look compliant. You definitely knew them people.
So, crossover, and I start into a spot that's kind of clear, and head towards the creek, because I think, well, maybe brothers have left her behind, or she's fallen off the top of the hill, she's gotten hurt, or, the usual things, right? And we need to find her, if that's the case, because in my head, I'm.
But didn't you tell me you know Stephanie Dykes and she's your cousin? Because it's her family that was selling it to them. You do know them.
I'm like, it's been a while since I've heard this scream, this noise. If she's hurt, she's been here a while. So,
No, the Dykes didn't sell that land, but their family did. I'm trying to think of the fucking name of them. I thought it was David Bays, but it's not. It's somebody else that starts with a B who lived there. And there was all kinds of shit that happened on that property years ago. The police have been to that property when they lived there. When your grandmother lived there, who you visited all the time. I'll remember the name. Give me a little bit. We talked about it the other day.
I'm wearing sandals, and I know the best thing I can do is get into the water. So I step into the creek. Oh, because from there I can keep tracks down. Because when you live in areas like ours, worst case scenario. You also know what happens if somebody can't be found. And you know that staying in the water keeps scent down for dogs if they have to be brought in.
Innocent. Ellie's mom is Fred's mom. Yes, she did. Their sister and brother.
So, also, it's a good way to check, even though, but with your feet on what's in the bottom and deepest spots. So, and at the same time, I keep an eye on the bank going around Candace's, and to the top of the hill.
Ellie is married into the Elliots. Ellie is a Hill. Karen Hill. Fred and Karen are sister and brother. And Jolie. How did Karen come up with the name Elliot, Andy? Oh, Allie, Ally. I thought you were saying Ellie, Ellie. You had me so confused. Yeah, she married someone. Who did she marry? That will help.
Before I'd stepped into the creek, I could hear the boys go down the left side of their property towards the creek on that side that I had looked down towards earlier. And there was a point there when, I could tell that Candace and the boys had met up when they were hollering for Summer and circling the hill at the top. And Candace was like, to the oldest, was like, "What did you do? What did you do?" And not like an accused. It was more of a, like, did you not have eyes on your sister? Did you leave her behind? So, literally at this point, I thought, okay, then I was, like, it is that the boys were supposed to have an eye on her and didn't or something. And so anyway, I'm stepping into the creek. I was, I don't know, not too far in. And sorry, this one's trying to snatch the phone cord. And why are there 6 in the house and they're always trying to snatch the phone cord? Hold on.
Hold on, I fucked up.
I mean, we talk at mailboxes. Voldemort would go and chit chat, do whatever. I mean, he was up there far more than I was.
Damn it, I had mute on. I didn't realize I had mute on. What I was showing you was she put that video up twice, and then she put up a 5-minute clip from that video. She put that video up 3 times at the time she was trying to hide the missing video to cause confusion and think people didn't hear it. She put that 11-minute video up, she clipped the 5-minute video, and then she put it up as the next video.
I'm, mostly trapped in the box on my side there. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there that it wasn't like we're besties or we hang out or, like That way people understood the relationship here. But as the community neighbors, mothers, I know her well enough to know that her face was genuine that day. And I know with what was already going on in their lives, that her calling the police that day was a big step and not something she would have done lightly. And for her to have done so immediately told me that it was serious and sort of that she was, like, I still firmly believe she had nothing to do with any of this. And I mean, I've had people almost make me that, like, but I know in my gut, in my heart, that she didn't. If you all could have seen her face and heard her voice, and
Oh my God, then she posted it a fourth time. What are you doing here, Jodi? Let's move on to 14.
And let me explain here that I and the other neighbor that had already been looking are basically the only two neighbors that know what summer looked like. The other neighbor that joins Candace and them, even though they're connected, whereas her and I really aren't, nor is the other one, but he has.
What did you do, Jodi? Put the other videos back up. Or are we going to hear them? Did you put them all back up? What the fuck is going on here? If this doesn't move on, like, you have three missing videos here. I'm going to have to go through when I'm not live and look and see if I have the originals. I didn't know that, innocent. I didn't hear anything about Ellie leaving drunk in the middle of the night. I don't know what you're talking about, so I can't comment on it. I'm sorry. Yeah. She put the same videos in place of the videos she took down to make people think all the videos were there. She just repeated herself 3 or 4 fucking times. All right. Have a good day, Andy. Thank you for answering things.
Visual too, and because the kids play on that side of the hill and it's more clear than, and because Candace and I talk to them and they are out in a place where, I mean, like, they know all of us, what everybody looks like, so that's why. And they're some of the best neighbors you could ever want, guys. I don't care what the media tells you. Everybody in there ain't crazy. Most people are good. I mean, seriously, like, there's retired veterans, there's ex-police, like, like, hospital workers, and there's only like 11 or 12 of us in there, right? And like, there's not what it's being made out to be. Like, everybody's pretty quiet. We were the youngest, but had the least traffic of anybody, and I mean this sincerely. Like, not even my family came there. Which part of that was what we were going through separately there. But also, I just don't like visitors either. Kind of a homebody, but it was definitely part of the abuse I'd been through there, and that they've been through there for a decade. So we had the least visitors of anybody, even though we were the youngest. But any neighbor in there, if you ask them something's gonna have your back. Midnight, noon, didn't matter. Like, these are good people. So anyway, and hardworking people.
Hardworking people with the AmeriCorps. Such good people. Bitch.
My postal workers in there. I mean, you name it, it's not what you think it is. Like, out of just like 12, school worker, I mean, it's not what you think it is. So anyway, um, so I'm on my way, like I said, back to the start up in Hill at where it meets the main road, and I think the third car's coming in, the police car. It was an SUV, whatever it was, and I stopped him. It was like I heard a scream, whatever. And they said, okay, they take kind of note. Everything's going so quick, moving so fast at that point. But other neighbors are coming in, and they ask us and other ones, what she looks like. We describe her. We tell them where we've already searched. Most of those neighbors knew about, tracks as well, so try to keep that down. So then things start just obviously going from there. And yeah, I think it best that I don't speak really on the things after that period, or just because of just I think the main events right there in those first few moments and hours are what matter the most. There's nothing really afterwards that because most of that pertains to search crews and obviously the main parts of every and what follows after a situation like this. I can tell you that some of us had a hard time because we had already spread the word. The word was out, and everything was kind of searched before even. We all knew the properties well enough to know where, and to look at all of ours quickly enough to know that and we all get it, we understand. But yeah, I mean, there were things, like the tree cutters came back in and stuff, like starting the next morning, and for almost the entire time period, even search crews and stuff were in there. Mail was cut out though, and trash was cut out for 10, 12 days, something like that. The tree crew started back the next morning though. And we all kind of worried if they were accidentally destroying evidence or moving scents or things like that. And we didn't really understand. I don't think we still do as a community. There were things with that made us uncomfortable, including at one point, like, I went down but for the third time. Now, mind you, we all had to show ID to get in and out of there. For weeks, you weren't coming and going unless you had. And for the most part, you weren't coming or going anyway because you were on property. It was search crews and teams and dogs came through to search the houses and the buildings and the properties. And Oh, I mean, it was literally one career after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. And I mean that sincerely, day in and day out, for weeks and weeks, plus the helicopter overhead and the drones. And it was. But these tree crews were in there. I think the number of them had gone down quite a bit. But they had finally started on this piece of property and in the right of way at a point, and we noticed weird stuff. So I was sitting down once again to remind them that the wood needed to be left laying, and there were some weird questions like how old's your daughter, and them cutting in on a spot that had already been cut that didn't make sense to me, and then right behind the question about my daughter's age, I felt uncomfortable. Could have just been sensitive subject. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Right behind it was another guy that joked about how they could take off with and be gone. Not summer in particular, but how that job would be perfect for something like that. I was like, maybe the guy just has no filter. I don't know. Like, that's real inappropriate. But it wasn't, I think that same day they asked them to leave from in there. And there was some issues that, but they stopped letting them in. So anyway, but I'm not sure that and I'm just saying that's seems to be how that transpired. Because I complained. Not even sorry. So, anyway, other than that, I'm not really going to say much. Otherwise, I have watched, I know that part of the thing is, like Candace not crying, not doing whatever, and I don't think it would, look, y'all, I've seen her in person. I talked to her, just talked to her last night or this morning. Can't remember which. It was one or the other, though. But I mean, she was crying then. She really does sincerely want Summer found, and I don't think it would matter whether she was crying or not. I think everybody would eat her alive. I understand how the optics look. I understand how. I get it. I get it just like you all do, and I understand part of the issue. Like, at first was the past tense language, before it was even heard out from y'all. I mean, like, first night I heard it, and it didn't bother me because, I think that what people who live in maybe the suburbs or easier lives, they're kind of projecting, but when you live the lives of people like this, or have gone through some of the things or had the past that Candace and things have had, or or like us, I mean, you learn how to, and sometimes maybe you seem a little, it's more reality based than, and so I think somewhere you already think the worst, or you think, or it's hard to have.
Sorry, guys, I got coffee and went to the bathroom. Do you see what she does? People that live in the suburbs live a better life. Jodi, I grew up in the suburbs. Have you heard my life? Actually, they're more crowded. And there's more crime. And people get shot walking across the streets. Things are hidden just like in your little community, which is pretty much the same thing a fucking suburb, you fucking asshole. Kingsport is a suburb. City, sort of. That's where you grew up. I don't understand where your education is between country and suburb. You are truly a fucking idiot. But okay, we'll go with whatever you're saying. There's more crime in the country where there's less people. Maybe more hidden crime because it's less seeable. I wouldn't say more crime by any means. You are truly an idiot.
Have hope when you've lived a hard life. Or maybe as parents, even though it's hard for some of us to admit openly and in public, it's as a parent, which do you hope for? Right? I mean, you don't want either, obviously. You don't want either. Your best case, like you hope all those days, right? You hope that it's just got mad, wandered off, or broke a leg, or stuck, or something, right? That's your best case. But then, if they're taken, I mean, let's be real, these people don't take these children to Disney World, guys. And they're either kept and tormented, or they're tormented and it's over. And as people who've lived harder lives, I don't fault them for using past tense. And I know they still have hope. I know Candace does. I know we all do. And I know she cries for that baby. And I know she wants her home. Just like I know she misses her sons. So, anyway, yeah. I will be back.
Lay out my theory, question mark, in public. Ask Candace to.
Sorry. I had to take a small break. Anyway, the glare is real. So, I mean, like I said, I know.
Green Eyes' name is really Daryl Jacobs. He married a girl. They don't get along. They have PFAs on each other. I've seen her ID sent to me from Tracy Cinchler. I've looked into him. He's really from South Carolina, where that little place he was saying he's from is from. He's not lied to you about who he was. When he was online saying that shit, he was in Washington, the state of Washington, where the blimp was coming through. Green Eyes is exactly who he said he is. That is exactly his name. Daryl Jacobs. It's so strange that everybody's on here going, who's Green Eyes? Who's Green Eyes? Without even looking up the name Daryl Jacobs. He's given you his name the whole time he's been here. That is 100% who he is. If anybody's curious.
I know that Summer's thought of and missed and cared for. And I know the community wants her home. And that Candace definitely does, And I don't think Candace had anything to do with this. I don't think the boys had anything to do with this. And me personally, I think she was taken. By who? I don't know. I don't think it was animal related or anything, or I'm quite positive we would have all.
I haven't really been paying attention to him lately. I don't think that he's gone. I think he's around. I think he trolls. He comes into my chat. Him and Benny talk the same exact way. So if you see anybody talking like him or Benny, it's a possibility it's Green Eyes. I don't know if he's changed his channel name. I don't think he has. But he is exactly who he says he is. It kills me how people sit here and say, oh, who's Green Eyes? His name is Daryl Jacobs. By legality. He went to jail for a while and he's out. I just know what I've talked to him about. I do have questions about him because he talks about knowing about a horse that died that's Fred's horse or some shit. I don't fucking know. I don't know if he was just here to play games, if he's in on this shit, but he's from South Carolina, Greer, North Carolina, South Carolina, whatever. His real name is Daryl Jacobs. He's been married. He has children that Tracy sent me pictures of and posted of and sent pictures of them to him as a form of threat. Yeah, he's a strange one. But to be honest with you, I've spoken with him and he's cool. I just think he has psychotic moments. I think the dude needs some meds. I don't think that he's involved as of this moment. I think he's done some really crazy shit and said some really crazy shit. Or I think there's two Green Eyes like he told me there was. I don't know quite how to explain it, but the Green Eyes I've spoken to is 100% Daryl Jacobs. That is his real name.
Found tracks and obvious signs. But like I said at the beginning of this, had you 2 seconds before that day, before the calls for summer started coming off that hill, ever asked me if our children could be taken from us on Candace's property or the one we were on until just a short few days ago, I would have laughed. Because on our particular properties, and I think I missed this point earlier and got a little distracted. The one connected to Candace, fully connected, had never even seen Summer. And there's nothing but, like a little bit between them, but they had never laid eyes on Summer. Didn't know what she looked like. And they're good people. I mean, it's not anything like that. It's just that that's how it works around there. And how different the views and the sounds and things are. And that's something else I need to touch on. So what I'm going to tell you next, about the sounds and why it is that other neighbors that were outside around the same time I was, or that the scream happened, didn't seem to hear it, but we heard it, is
So she's in the creek. She jumps out when she sees Candace. Now they see the other neighbors coming out. They were outside in their driveways, the Chambers. Hold on, I got a cough. But they didn't hear the fictitious scream that Jodi and her son had heard. But let's go on.
Is because of the way these properties are shaped and the road is shaped and the hollow itself is, and how drastically different it is from each property to each property. Um, but for weeks, as these searches went on, or at night when it got quieter, or when the drones and the helicopters finally stopped, I sat there as the foliage changed and keeping watch over my own daughter and my kid, and that I was doing so was absolutely used to further abuse myself and these children, um, and to commit the last weeks of abuse against us. This summer situation was absolutely used to manipulate, hide things from us, and to abuse us, which is pretty wild in normal people's lives.
You know what happened to Summer. You used the Summer situation to reach out to your sister and her husband, to reach out to my sister's family, to play cleanup crew, where then you coerced Tiffany and Ziggy to launder my father's money to cause confusion. And I came out here and gave you all a fucking scare because you all thought I knew something that I didn't know. You're going to prison too, Jodi.
Um, but kept a watch over these two, especially because, I mean, she's the last little girl in there, plus the time the boys were still in there. There's other things close that I'm not going to name, because even though some of these groups don't have a problem, like with property maps coming out and this coming out, and maybe don't realize sometimes that it could be leading predators right back in, or especially with, you know, it being common knowledge that the very thing that makes this community is also maybe its vulnerabilities, like cell phone service, cop time, so posting or sharing some of the property stuff, or, I know there's been a lot of people since the beginning going real life. We've had more than a few, and just, you know,
Why? Because the properties are being ran illegally without consent from Marty Stanley's family? Or because y'all didn't want Marty Stanley's family to find out about it? Or, I mean, what's the problem here? We're all looking for Summer, Jodi, right? Why wouldn't you want people looking for Summer or finding out about the land? Hi, bitch. You're done.
not long before we were out of there. I mean, we had people that were probably mistaken. I don't know, but they were in there screaming at other neighbors going through cancer treatment, just like I was, pulled in for no reason, and were screaming at them, and then come by and are calling my daughter a freak. And I mean, you just don't understand. And Bigfoot hunters and psychics fighting in the middle of the road, and the wildness. So had a perpetrator come back in, we don't know, and it would have been hard to tell with all the real life people coming in there. It just added more confusion once the road was opened back up, and chaos for all of us, and definitely kept myself on point. No sleep, cancer. I mean, it was some of the most difficult weeks of my life, and it weighs heavy. This was, and there's past tense.
That's the green eyes I know, Terry, because he was calling it. Well, he was talking to me in Messenger while he was on the phone with Jodi. So I can prove that. Well, I could say I can't prove he deleted me, but that is the green eyes that I know. The one that was harassing Jodi and calling her while she was live, and I was discovering Luke and Chicken on a Stick and Eric Stapleton and all of them. Yes, that absolutely was the green eyes that I spoke to, because he was doing it while I was speaking to him in Messenger, telling me he was doing it.
I said, I'm sorry. This is a child we know personally. One, I've changed her diapers and fed her. Um, just seen her in person just a day or two before. Um, and as you can imagine, my children did not take it well, especially my daughter, and she's sensitive. Anyway, and knowing that our abuser used that knowledge against her is one of the last things he tormented her with personally.
I've proven she hasn't babysat Candace's kids. Candace asked her one time to watch the boys while Summer was in the hospital, but Summer got released from the hospital. Or no, Candace was in the hospital. For her, one of them was in the hospital, but Candace got released before Jodi Sue could watch them, and Jodi Sue ignored her text message. She never watched the kids. Never.
Was about Summer and how she felt about it and did things to make sure. But we went through weeks of my youngest being scared and having all kinds of it, and she still is very sensitive to it, obviously.
She's lying.
And it took a toll on her, and then what was done recently has again.
Or maybe she visited Candace and Dawn's house to go see Summer and change the diaper. She never babysat. Never. Jodi has come. Oh my goodness, Winged. Thank you so much. Mwah. Love you. I'm not even monetized. I don't know why they turn that on, but I appreciate it. I didn't monetize this live though. I hate that. I wish I could turn it off sometimes, but I do appreciate it, and it does help. So maybe not. But yeah, she never babysat. She might have been over there changing diapers. She's known the kids forever. She's a neighbor. Or maybe she watched over them while Candace went to the store or something, but it's not like she was with the kids all the time. They were neighbors. There's been times I've gone to my neighbors and been like, hey, can you keep an eye on the kids for 5 minutes while I run up uni? You know what I mean? Like, they'd be playing in the they'd be playing in the yard or something when they were little, and I'd be like, I'll be gone for 5 minutes. Can you sit out there with them? I'm sure there was situations like that, but she wasn't as close as she's leading you to believe. And then she will go on and say, we weren't close to them. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't make sense. It's in the text messages that she tried to prove she babysat that proves that she didn't babysit. Candace said, never mind.
Anyway, with the property sounds. Sorry. The neighbors connected. And here's the thing: I asked for somebody to help me run testing or something, because all these nights that I walked this bank and these hills and the woods and made sure of sounds and how I was hearing things, especially as the foliage changed, because it does change and pick up differently during different seasons. I was trying to make sure as all the foliage,
Like, this
that
is
it
too
hadn't
much
changed it too
detail.
much. So anyway, the pieces kind of came together. I mean, I knew why, but I was just trying to have confirmation of that, and I'd asked for people to help me figure out how to test that. And until recently, so somebody did, and we kind of made sure that would happen before our final days at the property recently, and it's on videotape. It's been recorded. That I'm not wrong. I wasn't wrong from the beginning. But the reasons why this sound was picked up by us, and we heard the scream, but Candace couldn't. The other neighbors couldn't, but we could hear it clear as day. Hold on. And I'm trying to do.
The reason why, Jodi, is because nobody heard the scream. It didn't happen. You sent people there to do scream tests. Like, any of that mattered. None of the other neighbors heard it. And they were outside. The hills echo. You could hear the fucking cow from Dawn sitting on Grandis's camper, from all the way across the way that you say you can hear. It's absolutely possible and true that you can hear everything. And if you're hearing it, all the other people are hearing it too. Which means, oh my goodness, thank you. Mwah. That also means they would have heard the scream that nobody heard but you. Your fake made up scream and your fake made up red truck or car going up the hill, halfway pausing and not never coming back down. Thank you for that, honey. I really appreciate that. She did it on purpose. She wanted the confusion. She's acting like she doesn't want people on the property, when in actuality, that's exactly what she wanted. While she's accusing people of doing things she didn't want to be done, she invited them there through her sister, Preto, and the cleanup crew, including the psychics.
Do this in a way that doesn't bother my other neighbors. So all I'm going to say is that one neighbor, despite being closer in a way, can only hear what's coming off the left side of Candace's top of her hill on one side of it. The day I went and visited the boys were still there. Some of the last days they were there, and they were, like screaming, like playing, full out playing, very loud. I mean, like, very loudly. I could hear them clear as a bell at the house and cabin, and I could hear them all the way down the road, and then you get to that property, because I was visiting for another reason with this particular neighbor, and they made it a point to say some stuff like, well, we've not heard the boys in weeks, are they still over? And I'm like, 2 seconds ago, like, they were screaming as we pulled in. Y'all didn't hear? Nope. Couldn't hear them. But while on this particular property, like banging or something was happening on the left side, and you'd hear clear as a bell on these people. So they're only able to hear what's on the left side and top in one area coming down. They can't hear what I hear on ours. Candace can't hear the screams, like, she couldn't hear me scream from the bottom area where, if somewhere had been snatched, taken, muffled, let go, like at the bottom driveway areas, she couldn't have heard that. There's a way that their bank does, and the hollow carries that she couldn't hear me. She's not going to hear that scream. And then there were several incidents that
Everybody would have heard the scream, Jodi. The way you describe it, if I can hear a cow all the way down from by David Britt's house, behind there, where the ranch was put in, where you pointed onto Dawn's property after leaving a valley by Science. Yodelo lay hee hoo. Everybody would have heard it. That's why they said it was unfounded. It never happened. You're lying.
were in between these that helped me figure out, and I don't really want to say much about them, just because they would be identifying enough, and part of that's public record to show which properties are what and which people heard what and things. But there were things that happened, including like a police report I had to make, and then I heard gunshots in one area, but other people can hear it, and we had a trespasser one night, but nobody, and other things happening. And so that right there told me, because
You're
certain
making
people couldn't hear certain
excuses.
things, 2 nights apart, that. So we tested the theory, right? And had children scream just a few days ago in the same spot. As we were in the cabin in the same spots, with the bed still there before I packed it up and moved it, and all of the things still in the same place, and almost the same amount of foliage. And as summer's winding down, summer started off, so it's more like it was. So either way, kind of proved that there's a reason why we could hear it, but why Candace could not, and why other neighbors could not, but thought they should have. And but we've all realized now why that is, which we knew that on this particular piece of property, it kind of picks up everybody's in the entire road anyway, just at different ways. Plus, this particular piece here that we were on until just a few days ago also picks up literally, like, there's this one cow that drives me insane. It was like it was in
The same cow we heard on Dawn's video sitting on Grandis's stoop showing us the dog trail. Right? Same cow, Jodi. You didn't expect that. If you could hear the cow and Dawn can hear the cow, everybody can hear the scream. Especially since it's close to the Chambers, closer to the Wells and the Chambers house. You're a fucking liar. The scream never happened. You made it up.
the cabin doorway. But it's all the way out on the main road near the end of Simpson Loop, on the very tail end of it. But it sounds like it's right. So I can also hear noise just like that from the main road. It depends on what, but that particular piece that we were on until just a few days ago kind of is, if you wanted to be the neighbor from Bewitched, that's the property for you. That's all I'm saying. But regardless, there was a very real reason, several of them, why it is that we heard and nobody else did, and maybe why people doubt, or maybe why it wasn't taken as seriously, because everybody's like, but why? Well, other neighbors didn't. That's all I can say is, what we heard was not an animal. It's not a kicked dog. My kids immediately picked it up as the kids, but to me, I wasn't thinking Summer. I just, and it's one of the only regrets I think I've ever had in my life. And it has been throughout this. I mean, it's like, what if this and what if that? And I'm not a what if person, but I'll tell you with this, I have been what if. And I wish I'd done a lot of things differently that day. And I still don't know how.
I wish I had done a lot of things differently that day. We'll go over to her live when we're done with this.
Now I missed something so, especially in that state of hypervigilance and PD. I just don't understand. So, but otherwise, I'm going to kind of leave everything after.
That's the title of her live. Oh, we're gonna go over and watch it in a minute. I want to finish this video up.
After the cops get there and all, everything else off the table, because, I think it's those first few minutes and hours that are crucial, maybe the day before, the weeks before. But,
I'm extremely confused. What do you mean that's her start date? On her Facebook, she has me blocked. I can't go back that far. Andy said that he had to go because his phone died.
I still, in my soul and gut, believe that Candace had nothing to do with this. The boys had nothing to do with this. I think somebody took Summer. Who? Why? I don't know. I wish I did. But where it concerns answers, I'm no closer than anybody else on the face of the earth right now, and we can all only hope that somebody eventually.
All right. Did she just say that? I'm not going to go back because I got to go to the bathroom and I want to jump over to her other live. But let me finish this. I'm not going to pause no more. Let's just finish this up. That is what she said. Sickening.
Has an aha moment or figures it out and finds her and brings her home. Um, I know that all of us hope that everybody keeps sharing her information and picture and doesn't forget her, and looks at every little that you see to make sure it's not her. Because, I mean, how many cases of that have been? I mean, a couple years went by and there they are. So um, definitely keep your eyes and ears open. And like I said, I know how appearances seem. I understand past is there, but I get it. But I know Candace wants summer home. And she may not cry in front of you all, but she does cry. And her heart is broke. And I'll tell you that my mom even met her for the first time as we were trying to get us out of the situation we were in. And for that, thought she was guilty. And after meeting her, realized that she'd been dead wrong. So, what you see is not always what you get or what you expect. And, like I said, we're not besties or anything. We've never really been like, hey, come, but her and I have somewhat lived like, because it's out there, it's not like I'm saying, anything that people don't know, but I mean, one of us, there was a runoff or one of ours had left us without anything or trapped us on purpose, whatever.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Jodi Sue's YouTube was recreated 2015. Okay, send me the pic. I'll look when we finish this. I want to jump over to her live for a little bit, though. I'll definitely look. If there's anything I need to show, I'll show it next live. Don't take it personal. I don't like people sending me things and then me just jumping out and showing it. I get myself in trouble that way. I got to look at it and thoroughly examine it and see if it means anything to me, anyway. But thank you very much.
Right? And honestly, hers was less prone than Voldemort.
Oh, and I do want to say, if you have anything that shows that she covered true crime or was into true crime, send it to me. Because I know she was. I'm still looking for these fucking screenshots. I think I deleted them with my Dropbox because I can't find them. But she had, with a man named Josh Burham, had been really, really, really into true crime. Really into it. Kind of in a grotesque way. And I think that she was cheating on Andy with that dude. So it's possible he may have been there that day and she's covering for him.
To that.
Or any other dude. Because in my opinion, Jodi Sue was a whore. Anybody who can strip when they don't need to and they have a man at home is a whore.
And I'll tell you, the violence against us was far worse. There was for all the big deal that the internet makes of what's happening. Y'all have no idea. You have no idea. On a whole, I mean, only a few incidents, like over the hours was like an everyday and a different style of abuse, but either way, I can only name a couple times my hand over that way, and those are all public record with you.
And let me state, my sister did the same thing, and I think she's a whore too, because they might try to bring that out. However, my sister has an addiction from people like Jodi Sue. So, whatever. Drug addiction does that too. Was you addicted, Jodi, to what you were selling at that time? when you started your YouTube in 2015 and started following true crime. In my opinion. Bitch.
Like, y'all have got a hold of those. So, but ours was not, and ours wasn't really reported. And like I said earlier, we're somewhere else now. Still trying to figure things out. Still trying to be free. Still trying to stay safe. But anyway, just keep sharing Summer's information and stuff. And like I asked for, please do not share pictures of my children or private info about them. I would greatly.
Listen, somebody who's doing illegal things like drug trafficking would be really, really interested in following true crime on YouTube to see if anything ever gets reported. It would be a way to watch out for you and your community and your illegal activities. We're done with this. Let me go to Jodi Sue's channel. I didn't understand what you were saying before. February 12th, 2015. Oh, look. Cash App still pinned. Little's artwork shop. Go buy her daughter's stuff. She has a merch shop. Quiet on the set. A way to launder money, Jodi? Her Cash App, which actually started in her son's name. Oh, a new part of the fight. Now she's on Patreon. Oh, the page is under review. Why could that be, Jodi? Do you think they're investigating you? Hold on. We got Little's Christmas gift list. Christmas is over. But let's go buy Summer's neighbor Little's all kinds of stuff while we have no answers for where Summer is. And she calls the cleanup crew.
I'm talking about damn near 2 in the morning. Right?
I gotta listen to her on 2-speed, guys.
Okay, dear. It's okay. I heard Lauren trade crafting much better at 2 a.m. until today.
You know what? We'll turn it down to 1.5 for you.
Just like every night for years. They craft much better together. Just saying. Hear it shit all the way at all. And I mean that in so many senses, it's unbelievable. Anyway, I've seen her better craft than honey. Shit's getting ready to go real sideways. But hey, if they want to burn their energy, trying to do ahead for head, getting ahead of shit and behind shit, and well, doing whatever they're doing in a well-organized manner there, and then their feels about shit's like, well, hell, do I give a flying fuck? I really don't. Anyway, I'm gonna let them burn out. So here's where we're going. Here's where we're going.
Is that not what I just showed? Crypto was her start date. I did. I showed it. Here, we'll go back. Where was I? Yeah, fuck it. We just started. There. Is that what you wanted me to show? Or did you send something else? I showed that and all her ways to launder money.
Saying that the threat is at 0.
Bullshit. There's many around here. And I see somebody when they see their. All right. So here's where we're going. Good lord. Can I find it? That's the thing. No, but I can't. I don't know. Bullshit. Prop up someone to make it not look like a racist. Bullshit. Oh, there it is. All right. Oh, and I Drummond News. Apparently Ernie's on the loose again. Somewhere. Somehow. I don't really give a fuck about that either. Not currently anyway.
Crypto, I think I'm just not understanding you. Do you want to I don't let me go to my email. See, for me this is a distraction. I'd really like to look at stuff before I do this. Oh. Her description? This is exactly what I just showed, hon. Anti-true crime and DV cancer fighter survivor awareness, a random neighbor searching for truth, answers, and justice. For my missing neighbor, hunting and fishing, tragedy, pimp criminals for years who all destroy the families, cases, communities. I mean, this is exactly what I just showed you. Do you want to take a link? You just got me really confused. I don't even know who you are. If somebody wanted to get me to listen, the best way would have been to call me or message me and tell me who you are and what it is you wanted me to listen to. I'm extremely confused. Playing cryptic games is not a way to get somebody to listen. It's a way to confuse them. Is that not correct? If you're somebody I know, the phone works. My messenger works. There's a multitude of ways to get in touch with me. And if you had something to tell me, you should have just told me instead of attacking me and playing games. Her PayPal link's under review. Let's go check. Oh, I don't have her PayPal link. I have a Cash App. Oh, look, MHDV Pie Tunes. So Mud Pie Tunes, who's Mud Pie? Jodi. Mud Pie, do you want to share your face? Since she's using your name with one letter changed in between. Wouldn't it just be easier, Crypto, to just reach out to me and tell me what's going on and ask me about my father and people in my life rather than accuse me and come on here and cause confusion. Oh, I'll show you. Hold on. Merch store, Patreon. Okay, but I'm not sure what it is you've been trying to tell me for years. Okay, you're all good. We're going to go back and listen to Jodi.
Bullshit. Oh, there it is. All right. Oh, and hi, drama news. Apparently Ernie's on the loose again. Somewhere, somehow. I don't really give a fuck about that either. Not currently, anyway. Oh, look.
So with the private investigator, was hired, I found completely correct, and that's what we're doing. What's up, Bill Can Island? Did you see that receipt on the angel? I'll show you again at the end. I think Cross got out of here. But wait, is that no. So what's up, Big Mama? Glad to see ya. All right, let's get into it. So I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna show you Josh, and then we're gonna get into his friend. I kind of have an order.
No, you mean your wife has one, much like Ellie had an order for Cam. Are you okay? Sewing machine there.
Doing this before. Like I said, man.
So what is that? Doug in the lab? I don't care about this. She's not saying anything about the accusations I'm making. I'm going to jump off now. I have no interest in her anymore. I have nothing more to say. I know her and I both share sisters that connect to Pritos, and we both share cousins that connect to me. That's all I need to know. I've shown that tonight. I want to call my husband. I want to go see what my daughter's been bugging me about. She keeps asking me to jump off live. Listen to some music. I have no interest in Jodi Sue. Jodi, reach out to the feds and tell them about you and your cleanup crew. Okay? Mwah. See you all later. If I'm still here.